A very good morning to everyone. On behalf of Research Cell Shivaji College, I extend warm welcome to our esteemed speaker, Dr. Rajiv Mahajan, our principal, Shivaji College, Dr. Shiv Kumar Sehdev, participants from all over the country, research scholar, and colleagues to this one-day national workshop on various aspects of research funding, academic writing, and publication ethics, organized under the aegis of IQAC Shivaji College. Shivaji College is a constituent college of University of Delhi. It is a co-educational institution and imparts instructions in various subjects at both undergraduate and postgraduate levels. Having been accredited with grade A by NAC and ranked as one of the top 10 science colleges in Delhi NCR, and adjust ranked 51 by the National Institute Ranking Framework, MHRD, Government of India, Shivaji College continues to aspire for new heights and accomplishments. Known throughout the country for its scientific acumen, for its scientific acumen, the college has been awarded the financial grant under the Illustrious Star College Scheme, an initiative of the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, and recently it has been awarded with grade A for the Star College Scheme on successful completion of 1 year of excellence. Today, with us, we have more than 700 participants from various parts of our country who are attending this workshop on Zoom platform and through YouTube live streaming, who would be benefited by the talks being presented by our three esteemed speakers throughout the day. To start the program, may I request everyone to be part of our traditional auspicious lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, goddess of knowledge, with prayers in our heart. May the darkness of ignorance be swept away by the dawn and light of self-realization, knowledge, and wisdom.
Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada. Shatrubuddhi vinashaya dipajyotir namostute. Dipajyotir namostute. Dipajyotir parabrahma. Dipajyotir janardanah. Dipajyotir parabrahma. Dipajyotir janardanah. Deepo hartu me papam. Sandhya namostute. O deepa brahma rupasvam. Jyotisham prabhuravyayah. O deepa brahma rupasvam. Jyotisham prabhuravyayah. Arogyam dehi putranscha. Matim swachham hi me sada. Raverastam samarabhya. Yavat suryodayo bhavet. Raverastam samarabhya. Yavat suryodayo bhavet. Yasya tishte gruhe deepa. Tasya nasti daridrata. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada. Shatrubuddhi vinashaya dipajyotir namostute. Dipajyotir namostute. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada.
With these positive vibes, we proceed towards the formal beginning of the workshop. I request our principal sir, Dr. Shiv Kumar Sehdev, to give his opening note for this this workshop on the various aspects of research funding.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm very happy the way our research cell is working. We have set a target for our college for in the next few years. We would like to see our institute as a research institute. I want that all my faculty members should have projects and they all should guide, supervise research scholars. And I'm happy that my colleagues are working in the direction and the research cell is really working hard. They have come out with a handbook where everyone can get the information how to get funds and what are the way and about the various funding agencies we have in India. So it's a very good starting, and my good wishes for the success of this workshop. I'm sure that you all will enjoy and get benefit from today's national workshop. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and encouraging words. Your words always fill us with energy and enthusiasm to work with zeal and dedication. Under your able guidance and support, Research Cell succeeded in establishing its first milestone by initiating the minor research project scheme for the faculty members and students of the college. Inspired by your constant support, the Research Cell continuously works to develop strategies to foster research collaborations and provides all possible guidance to faculty members for undertaking research projects from various funding agencies. Keeping this in mind, the cell studied one more gem in the crown of Research Cell in the form of a handbook entitled Funding Opportunities for Research and Innovation. It is a compilation of all possible information regarding national and international level funding opportunities for research and innovation. We take pride and this opportunity to release the handbook in this August gathering of Honorable Resource Person Dr. Rajiv Mahajan, our esteemed colleagues, participants, students. So for this, I request you all to be part of this handbook release. This handbook will be uploaded in the research section of Shivaji College website, and all the participants can access it and get benefited by the compilation provided in this handbook. for their research activities, for writing proposals and seeking funding from various organizations. The objective of Research Cell is always to facilitate and encourage faculty members to present their research findings in national and international conferences and to publish their work in leading journals. Today's event is one more step of this Research Cell in this direction. The workshop will take us through its 4 sessions and will apprise us with various funding opportunities and academic writing and publication ethics. So to begin with session 1 for this workshop, I would request Dr. Neetu Rani from Department of Mathematics and hand over the virtual dais to her for the further proceedings.
Thank you, Dr. Kiran. After the beautiful elaborated inaugural session and the Research Cell handbook release ceremony, we are now going to start our first session of the workshop. It's our privilege to have today with us our first esteemed resource person, Dr. Rajiv Mahajan. In spite of his very busy schedule, Dr. Rajiv accepted our invitation to be a resource person in today's program. On the behalf of Research Cell Shivaji College, I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Mahajan. Here I would like to add that Dr. Rajiv had visited our college in October 2019 also, and enlighten our students with his plethora of knowledge. His interaction with the students proved to be a bundle of information for our students for their career aspirations. I feel delighted getting one more chance today to listen to Dr. Mahajan. Now I would like to give a brief introduction of Dr. Mahajan, who will make us aware today about the research funding opportunities. Dr. Rajiv Mahajan has a distinguished career of over 34 years as a scientific advisor, policymaker, field weather forecaster, academician, and management leader. His career commenced as a military aviation meteorologist in Indian Air Force. He has also been senior faculty at Air Force Administrative College, Coimbatore, director for weather forecasting, communication, infrastructure, R&D, quality audits, flight safety, and training at Ministry of Defense. I'm the program director for 6 divisions at Ministry of Earth Sciences headquarters. He is member of many national committees. He has distinction to serve the United Nations as Chief Meteorological Officer as part of United Nations mission in the Democratic Republic of the Congo peacekeeping mission. He has been the ex-chairman of Board of Studies for Meteorological Division of Bharati University, Coimbatore. He has also been the research guide for 2 disciplines, meteorology and management. Dr. Rajiv holds MPhil and PhD in meteorology and masters in 3 subjects, defense and strategic studies, mathematics, and business administration. He is an alumnus of University of Delhi, Madras University, IGNOU, and others. Dr. Mahajan is currently working as a scientist G and advisor at Science and Engineering Research Board, Ministry of Science and Technology. He is also an international intergovernmental panel expert member for the technical commissions of the WMO, World Meteorological Organization. In recognition of his outstanding accomplishments, the United Nations and Indian Air Force have conferred several prestigious honors upon Dr. Mahajan. And one more point that I would like to mention here, that during our last interaction with Dr. Mahajan, we also learned that he is an avid marathoner, cyclist, adventurist, photographer, poet, and a keen yoga practitioner. I must say that a dynamic, wholehearted, and impact man are just a few words that describe Dr. Rajiv in his professional and personal space. I feel honored now to invite Dr. Rajiv Mahajan to enlighten our participants about the research funding opportunities. So please, Dr. Mahajan.
Good morning, Professor Shailendra, Professor Kiran, Professor Neetu, and perhaps my gratitude to Dr. Priyanka. who has been kind enough to invite me. Of course, there was issue of my busy schedules, but then perhaps reaching out to the masses and talking to people has been my passion, and that's what I'm going to do now. So rather than wasting too much of peripherals in my introduction per se, let me just share the screen and move forward for the business I have been interested to. Just a minute. Are you able to see the screen? All of you?
Sir.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
sir.
So I'm good to go. Pardon me, in the beginning itself, that in case I have to rush up, with respect to my presentation, because no matter, how much I want to talk to you and how much in detail, actually, I have something slotted for me at 10:30 itself. So I need to reach out to my next commitment also. And thanks so much, Neetu, for a great, commentary on my introduction, though I hardly deserve those high-sounding words. So
you very much deserve for all of this.
Okay.
Because we know this. We have already attended your lecture.
Okay. So what I would do, there is some issue on the internet, perhaps, in terms of its connectivity. So I would stop sharing my, my own face. That's not important. So I will be basically speaking to you, and the screen will follow. Okay. So see, SERB has its origin from the erstwhile Science and Engineering Research Council, a division of DST, the Department of Science and Technology, that served the cause of extramural research funding in the country for nearly 4 decades. Imagine 4 decades. So we draw our origins from DST, no doubt about that. So at the outset, I would like to remove a small fallacy, which remains in the mindsets, that whether DST is synonymous to SERB or SERB is synonymous to DST, or are they same organization? So friends, I mean, let me tell you that it's an independent entity for sure, for at least last 1 decade since it became operational in the year 2011. So this board creation under the SERB Act 2008 that came into being on January 17th in 2009 had been truly an important milestone in the field of science and engineering. Importantly, it also signifies the commencement of a new era to meet the ever increasing aspirations of the scientific community in the country. And let me tell you, a brief part of it, that the first seeds of having such an organization almost akin to National Science Foundation of USA were sown somewhere in 1972. But imagine, how much time it took, us to take a decision in the parliament and, come for an act in 2009. And that is how the journey started. As is visible on the slide, the mandate is to promote basic research in science and engineering. But when I say basic research, perhaps over a period of time, all of you will admit that between basic and applied, there is hardly any difference left. If you look at the most important journal, I would say not the most prestigious, most important journal in the world, that is the Nature. If you look at its articles and papers, you will find about 70% plus of them are towards the applied research rather than basic research. And imagine the Nature is actually built up over a period of time to serve the cause of this blue sky research or the basic research in science and engineering. Why I'm bringing this subject? Because though we love to have the basic, the fundamental research in science and engineering, over a period of time, they all have stepped the boundaries from basic to applied, okay? And it cannot be held actually. The independent board basically is a statutory body chaired by the Secretary DST, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, and is comprised of 17 members, including 7 secretaries to Government of India, including the Secretary Expenditure itself. And there are a couple of distinguished scientists besides this. Then, as per the provisions of the Act, the board has an oversight committee. So what is this oversight committee about? If you have to ask me, it's nothing but some sort of a conscience keeper of the board itself, actually, so that board is in its right track, whether it comes to the decisions or it comes to the processes. We have a sanctioned position of only 25 officers, as you can see. Out of that, 5 administrative positions and 20 scientists. And imagine this set of small 20 scientists are doing kind of a big business that you will see over a period of time as I move forward to the next slide. See, any organization, I strongly believe, particularly an operational funding organization like SERB, has to have a vision to ensure that not only its charted mandate is ensured over a period of time, it continues to also evolve. And I'm really happy to share with you that when I joined this organization in January 2016, exactly almost 5 years plus, there has been no looking back, because this vision and mission, were perhaps the main source of my inspiration when Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Secretary DST, and Professor Vijay Raghavan, the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, we all three settled down and helped the board come to some kind of vision and mission statement. Now, what exactly vision, of this organization is to position science and technology as the fulcrum for social and economic change by supporting relevant, competitive, and quality scientific research and development. So I am giving a stress on competitive. Ladies and gentlemen, as the time goes by further and further, you will find the funding by SERB sources is going to be more and more competitive. We have been really large-hearted, let me tell you, over a period of time, but we will continue to be large-hearted, but it's a word of competition. And when it comes to the global competitiveness, it will require you to be more and more competitive in case you really want funding from this agency. As the premier R&D agency, the mission was to raise the quality and footprint of Indian science and engineering to the highest global levels. Imagine what I told you, that this organization was built up basically akin on the structures of, not structures, I mean structures and foundations perhaps are a long way to go, because NSF is a huge organization comprising of about 500 plus officers and the kind of arena they work in. But this was the source of inspiration when it comes to this. So basically, the aim was to reach the highest global levels in an accelerated mode through calibrated support for research and development. Coming to the next slide. See, as you can see, it has been an interesting journey for SERB. If you have a closer look at this slide, wherein we are trying very hard to strive to ensure that the rich legacy of erstwhile Science and Engineering Research Council, where from we transformed, is carried forward. And the new organization is enriched with infused energy and vigor. So this is being achieved through revamping of the existing schemes since 2012, and also, fine-tune the, not only fine-tune the new schemes, at the same time initiate, plan, and implement several new schemes and innovate them to cater to the diverse, importantly, the diverse needs of the scientific community in the country. So diverse in terms of not geography, but diverse in terms of their needs, actually, depending upon what seniority they are in this career, actually. If you look at the bottom of the slide, you will find the budget of this organization has multiplied almost 5 times, 200 crore to about 1,000 crore in almost last close to 9 years. Don't you think it is absolutely unprecedented, in terms of history of the government of India? And we take pride that, we could spend each and every single pie, whatever was interested to us. And that paved the way for more and more funding over a period of time. And we look forward to cross the barriers of even the smaller ministries and departments overall budget, just being a small municipal organization. That's what our aim is. But look, every year, this is not our achievement, from going from 200 crore to 1,000 crore. Every year, we have added about 4 schemes on average, as you can see, new schemes on average, starting from about 6 to 7 schemes in 2012. Here is a state where we have about total of 38 plus schemes in SERB. And this, ladies and gentlemen, I can take with pride that it is once again unparalleled in the history of government of India, that such a small organization has done some such kind of wonders. Last but not the least, these small number of 20 officers, as I said, along with the backup support of 5 administrative officers, continue to strive hard to ensure expeditious decision making in R&D, thereby greatly improving the responsiveness of the genuine needs of researchers in the country. So when I say expeditious, let me claim that from the time of close of the call, on average, we hardly take about 3 to 4 months to award the funds itself in the pockets of the researcher in his institution. And we also take the pride that appropriate policy interventions on conflict of interest for not only the grant seeking applicants like you, but independent peer reviewers, expert members of the committee, and own officers continues to prevail, basically to ensure that the business of SERB is at par with many of the leading global funding agencies, including NSA. The aim is always to bring more transparency, increase accountability, and provide general assurance to the public that all the processes which are followed in SERB are not only fair, but non-discriminatory in nature. So if I have to sum up my portfolio in SERB when it comes to the various schemes, I may divide them into almost 4 parts, right? Research grants that may, say this is not the conclusive list actually. I have only listed some of the new and some of the very, very old programs which have been relevant over a period of time. So research grants, the core, what we call the extramural research funding, the fellowship and awards, the outreach programs to reach out to the weaker sections of the society, or be it or some very, very special sections of the society, I would say actually. And at the end, we have industry-driven programs and schemes basically to support industry-specific problems. And when it comes to the next slide, you will find all these schemes, I have divided into 3 parts: the schemes and programs, award fellowships and special grants, and the partnership programs we have, whether in terms of national collaborations or the international collaboration. So I'm not going to get into each and every scheme. Perhaps I must compliment people like, the team, the research team in SER, the Shivaji College. They have been able to bring out a beautiful booklet on the compilation of various programs and schemes, not only in SERB, but entire country. I mean, that's a laudable effort actually. And you can always have a look at, that booklet. But importantly, what I wanted to touch upon, that what essentially is our business in total actually, through this slide. Okay, so this is something important. Let me apprise the august audience here on the quantum of business, we have been doing. Okay, so this small set of 20 officers, imagine the kind of support which was provided in the year 2019-2020, the last financial year. Look at the number: 240 JC Bose fellowships, 2,400 national postdoctor fellowships, and so on. Okay, and if you look at the number of submissions in this year were close to 35,000 plus, dealing with 35,000 plus applications, okay, by 20 odd officers with no permanent staff, only ad hoc and temporary staff to support them. Number of new projects and fellowships which were granted were about 2,500, and number of sanctions were greater than 11,000, whether they were the ongoing projects or the new projects. Imagine 11,000 plus. Now, what I'm trying to say in rest part of this slide, basically through our e-online portal system, one of its own kind in the country, which has been given the first award of having conceived such a portal, we actually try to not only do the efficient e-management of projects and finances. Everything is through online. Whether you apply, you get the funds, your project gets monitored, and your project gets finally closed. Everything is through online. Not only this, we have been actually crowdsourcing or disruptive ideas through the medium of this internet beautifully through our portal and otherwise. And imagine how many investigators in the country, 120,000 investigators in the country, we can just reach out to them only on press of a button actually. That's the beauty of the system. And we have been doing this, reaching out to these investigators by giving them, continuous knowledge over a period of time, as the schemes evolves actually, or the new schemes are launched. Now, how an active researcher can benefit out of this particular talk of mine when it comes to the R&D support or the fellowship. As I said, there are plethora of schemes, roughly about 38 plus odd schemes. What I have listed here, majority of main schemes, where our maximum funding is given actually. So I start with the R&D support in the core research grant, as well as the intensification of research in high priority areas, which is nothing but extramural research funding, which is known to you. Now, this is a startup research grant, which is given to a youngster. When I say youngster, an assistant professor or scientist B or scientist C or equivalents in any government department, private university, government university, IITs, etc., they can avail of this within 2 years of their enrollment. Another third scheme, which is gaining momentum, is the Supra. What we call it, it's nothing but a high risk, high awards scheme. More of it at a later stage, and empowerment of equity opportunity for relatively weaker section of the society to reach out to them. When it comes to our fellowships, the major chunk, if you look at last year, we have distributed about 2,500 fellowships. The postdoctoral fellowships, I think, except China, who can claim for more number of, postdoctoral fellowships in total, I think no single department in any country can boast of such kind of large number of fellowships being given. So it has been, this program has been such a hit actually, if you look at from the time it was launched. Because most of the PhD researchers earlier, they were actually looking forward to the postdoctoral opportunities abroad. Here is something, where within the country, they have, a very prestigious fellowship which they can, look into and then move on in life actually, before they get settled. The other part is visiting Advanced Joint Research Faculty Scheme, Vajra. We will talk about it later slightly, and SERB Star as well as TARE, which I will come to you in next few slides. So what's new? This is what I'm going to mainly concentrate upon, in my talk with you. So I start with scientific and useful, profound research advancement with you. As I said, it is nothing but a high risk, high reward initiative of SERB and coupled with DST. So there are one or two schemes where we are working in unison. Okay. So when it comes to the Supra, earlier this same scheme was named as high risk, high reward scheme. And let me tell you, before I go into the slide per se, in the world over, all the global funding agencies today, if you look at their funding pattern, their approval rate is not more than on average about 8%. Why it is such a competitive scenario? Because ultimately most of the projects which gets through in global competition are of high risk, high reward category only. The category where there is a huge risk in undertaking this project itself, though of course the calculated risk, it's not the blind risk actually. But importantly, if the project goes through, it is going to get you the highest, richest dividends in terms of new science which is going to come out. So coming to the slide per se, Supra is nothing but incorporation of transformative and disruptive research concept based on innovative and unproven hypothesis, possessing a high degree of uncertainty, yet having a conviction to produce a lasting impact across discipline boundaries. And importantly, it needs to augment India's dominant global presence. I recall what I told you, the kind of global funding today. They don't have normal funding at all. In fact, most of the funding they do is on this pattern, presence in the niche research areas and catapult to a group of nations with select capabilities and competitive advantage. So there are two approaches, or the objectives of this scheme, which we are trying to do. One on the left, if you see the grand challenges, board defined, that means top-down, approach, where whether it is the societal impact or the industrial relevance projects, actually, they are undertaken on this. But when you look at the individual or group-centric ideas, it is the bottoms-up approach, that is also encouraged. So there is a mixed combination of certain percentages, whether it is the top-down or bottoms-up approach, so that it's not that the ideas can come from top only. Okay, so we give importance to this aspect, that idea, even in a Supra scheme like this, can come from bottom also. That is how they have been gathered. So the project assessment is through the modified subset of Hilmier mechanism. What are the risks in project complexity, their deliverables, including there is any contingency plan and plan B. This is going to be very important. If the one aspect fails, then next, and then next. How is your idea executed today and the limits of current practice? What difference would it make to scientific community or society in terms of its gain or impact? And what are the suggested success indicators? This is going to be important actually. See, you cannot get into a high risk, high reward project unless you have some indicators that this is the success indicators. This is a very interesting scheme. You will be surprised about knowing this scheme if you are not aware of. SERB Star Award for high caliber scientists who have received excellent ranking in one of their SERB project. Imagine you did some project based on your merit in SERB and you were awarded excellence in that project after project completion report was given, assessed by the independent reviewers, assessed by the independent committee. So in nutshell, we will get about say 300 excellent projects every year, out of whatever transpires as well as the business concern. So almost about 10% of this 300, that means about 30 fellowships will be given as such. That means no questions asked. Just because you performed well, you will be actually continued to support through this SERB Star Award. Fellowship of about rupees 15,000 per month and a research grant of rupees 10 lakh, municipal grant. But importantly, suppose you were not able to do some kind of incremental part in the science you are undertaking, in your project. And here is a requirement of funds. Okay, rather than, getting into a scenario where you go for a new proposal submission, etc. And also, even if you have a new idea, very related idea or unrelated idea, just because you performed in the previous project, you are given this as an award, as a bonus actually. Now, this is something, another very, very new scheme, SARB Tetra. So this is the offshoot of this, three components. If you see, mainly the youngster, the person who is joining the startup research grant, SRG, the core research grant by the middle seniority, the researcher, and the JCB, the senior guy, who is enrolled in the search. So their contributions, whether through papers, conferences, proceedings, and patents, the SARB projects in the last 3-year cycle with a patent or design registration are going to be the eligible partners in this scheme actually. So what you need to do, identify an industry partner and incubator for technology translation from what you have patented actually, okay? And importantly, the SARB is going to give you unstructured support up to about 15 lakh per year to develop a prototype or product. So we are thinking of giving 10 awards in the first year, the beginning this year actually. Now this scheme from the time SARB Power, has been in limelight for quite some time. It is without saying that the facts narrates about much lesser than desirable presence of our women in the STEM arenas of exploratory research, whether it's science, technology, engineering, or mathematics. For example, the department which is hosting this whole workshop. So SARB Power, has been a scheme which is crafted to mitigate the existing disparities in active recruitment of Indian female researchers in science and technology streams in our institutions, labs, other organizations, and even universities. Secure some funding resources for them and create a conducive research ecosystem to provide exclusive opportunities for women, for their scientific pursuits actually. So, I mean, why this scheme, was required? If you look at the fact sheet is very clear, whether women in health or life sciences, when you compare them, their presence in, physical or engineering sciences, it is going to be much, much lesser actually. And women were found regionally, by record, likely to less collaborate in the other streams or other research ideas, or maybe the interdisciplinary part of it, or even collaborate in general. I'm talking about numbers actually, what was found actually, and that became the premise of this scheme actually. So this has two modes. This scheme has been launched recently, and it is in the form of fellowships as well as grant itself. As you can see, the fellowships are at the rate of 15,000 per month in addition to the regular income you are going to get, from your own salary. And the research grant mode, you will be given 10 lakhs per annum. The scheme is for about 3 years, and overheads given to the institution as per norms. So the scale of funding up to 60 lakhs for 1 year, level 1. And the eligible people are from IITs, IISERs, ISC, NITs, central universities, and national labs of central institutions. And the scale of funding up to 30 lakhs for 3 years for level 2, where eligible applicants could be from anywhere else actually, including the private institutions. And let me tell you, when I talk about private, we really don't distinguish between government and private actually, as far as the funding is concerned. We are really impartial on this aspect. This scheme has generated so much of heat, in last few months, and you will be surprised, we have received about 3,000 plus applications under this scheme. And the challenge is how to, go forward actually on this scheme actually, because how to basically assess those applications against a very, very minimal number of sanctions which can be given actually. So like any other new scheme, you will find there has been some kind of teething troubles with this scheme also. There have been some questions asked Obviously, each and every scheme and program of ours is under scrutiny, and so is PAR. And we are so open that we always feel that each new scheme need to evolve over a period of time, depending upon feedback mechanisms which we receive as and when we get. So mode of application are direct applications and application resource through our core research grant scheme. The next important scheme, which is very close to my heart, is the Accelerate Vigyan. Why it is close to my heart? Because this is a scheme, which was launched by Prime Minister perhaps in July last year, and this is a scheme which I have actually not only conceived from the scratch, and I have been involved. My team have been involved, in the implementation of this scheme. We have finished our first call for this scheme. Actually, we have gone to the involvement to that stage, not only the concept, the scheme, the policy, the interventions. We have gone to the extent of even looking into its e-portal. It has an independent e-portal which we have developed along with our vendor partners. And even imagine this logo we have created ourselves. Our own team has designed this logo, and this has been really appreciated by all concerned. The mobile application, the management information system, which are going to be launched very soon by Honorable Minister, have also been actually developed by us, and we really take pride in this part. Actually, what exactly is this Accelerate Vigyan? Let me give you some background. Existing all government funding schemes that sponsor workshops, training programs, and seminar symposia in the country facilitates the learning of students aspiring or engaged in R&D, but imagine often in isolation. You will agree with that. Some biotechnology workshop happening in Shivaji College, the next door college, Rajdhani College, may not be taking cognizance of it, and so vice versa. Actually, this is how we work in science, and there is unfortunately no coordinated platform to steer them in a holistic approach to avoid any duplicity and consequent wastefulness of resources. So in order to accelerate scientific research in the country, this Accelerate Vigyan scheme of ours actually aims to prepare scientific youth. When I say scientific youth, I mean mainly PG level students and some of the PhD students to undertake the R&D in their future career. That means basically preparing youth at PG level itself so that they become worthy of undertaking research career, rather than when they join in PhD, that is the time they are actually, looking forward to their grooming or their worthiness. That's what happens in the country. So this is a scheme, where whether through high-end workshops or through research internships, the skill development research internships, the training internships, which we are calling them, they are benefited. The other part of this is to aggregate and branding of all major scientific workshops which are conducted not only by SERB, DST, DVT, and so on. That means all the departments in the country, the aggregation of them and branding them under one brand that is known as Accelerate Vigyan. See, the main idea of this scheme, if you look at in terms of our immediate initiatives, is first, I begin with what I left last, aggregation workshops of training funded across all central funding agencies through our portal, through our logo, so that at just one press of the button by any stakeholder, whether he is the person who is going to initiate a new workshop in the country or even a student, actually, just on the press of one button, he will get all the information, what kind of capacity building has taken place under this theme, sub-theme, and who were the resource persons, what was the syllabus, etc., etc. And the second part, which I talked to you, that to reach out to the tier 2 and tier 3 institutions, PG and PhD level students, through high-end workshops, dedicated high-end workshops, and research internships. Basically, why this premise to nurture the people from tier 2 and tier 3 institutions? Unlike the IITs, NITs, and the high esteemed institutions of learning in country, when it comes to their PG students, when they want to go for any kind of capacity building in terms of their internship or high-end workshops, they would love to go abroad actually, and they do go, right? But when it comes to relatively lesser known institutions or lesser privileged institutions in terms of their infrastructure, in terms of whatever, limitations they have, they are not even able to join the IITs or ICERs and so on. So here is a scheme which will actually take care of this part actually. A similar scheme which also was developed by my team is TARE, we call it. It is basically for professors, the teachers in the universities, the private colleges, this is basically to bring them into the mainstream research actually, where they are affiliated along with the esteemed institution of learning for about 3 years. And imagine for the last almost 2.5 years from the time the scheme was launched, we have received tremendous response. Almost about 1,500 applications comes whenever the call is given actually, and people are getting really benefited out of this scheme actually. Now, this is the scheme, if you recall, I mentioned to you about Bajra. So this is what exactly is this scheme. See, gone are the days, where some faculty, some scientists, you want that person to get benefited because he's good in his work and he's producing, outcomes, rather than benefiting a single person, and sending him abroad for the requisite capacity building. Here is a scheme. Bring the source from abroad to your own institution only through this scheme. Make him, stay here for 1 month or maximum of 3 months on our expenditure. And rather than doing the capacity of 1 or 2 persons, which can be benefited by your institute, for the entire institute who is actually interested, not only institute, maybe the people who are in your neighborhood actually. Okay. So this is a wonderful scheme, which is doing great work in last 1 year actually. This is National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical System, though basically it's a DST, a scheme. But why I brought this slide? Because the initial launch of this, initial launch of this particular program, rather scheme for that matter, we had really contributed towards the process of launching this scheme. So now Department of Science and Technology. Why I brought this slide? Because those people who are actually working in cybersecurity, who are good in IT sector, actually, they are the people, they should be looking into this scheme and getting benefited out of it. Now, let me tell you, I must give you some kind of insight on the processes which we follow in our organizations, the expectations we have from the stakeholders, and the challenges we face in our organization. So there are essentially 3 actors, when it comes to the funding mechanism: the principal investigator, people like you, the stakeholder, the SARB, which acts as a functionary, the experts, the reviewers, the expert group. So when I say experts, I mean the committee experts, where we have 2 types of committees, which are known as expert committees and program advisory committees. And when I talk about reviewers, I'm talking about independent peer reviewers. So before the experts take on the job, okay, the independent reviewers have done their own job, so that the process is not limited to just 1 individual or 2 individuals. So this is what, let me give you phase 1. The evaluation process, for any project which is submitted to us, is the initial technical screening. So when I say technical screening, that means in terms of eligibility or many other factors, whether this project is worth taking forward to the phase 2 or not. Then comes the phase 2, screening of extended synopsis and track record of the person, any overlaps, in other particular proposals which have become projects for him in same department or other departments. We have our mechanisms to find out that. And if at all weak output for last 5 years could be a basis of non-acceptance. The phase 3, which I was talking about, consisting of external peer independent reviewers. And we are very much, seriously thinking in terms of possibly foreign reviewers very soon. Of course, that's going to be an expensive game, but this is how we can make actually real science work in the country actually. And the next phase, when the phase 3 is over, we have about 3 to 5 independent reviews on the project. That is the time the PI, the project investigator, his co-PIs are shortlisted on the basis of reviewer comments, and they are asked to give presentation in front of the expert committees or the program advisory committees. Okay, once program advisory committees say, okay, this project is recommended, that is the time, phase 5, the scorecards are prepared, they are consolidated, and the funds are awarded after, we put our signature as the higher, functionaries in SERB actually. So we have some sets of expectations from our stakeholders. We want our R&D to be more and more socially relevant. Very important actually. And when I say, socially relevant, all of you are aware of what I'm talking about. So to be precise, if you look at the next bullet, move from basically discipline-based to theme-based, rather than talking in terms of, organic chemistry or inorganic chemistry. Let's talk in terms of water. Let's talk in terms of energy and so on, and link this whole thing to national missions and sustainable development goals of the country. So if you see today, when you look into the e-portal of SERB, once you apply for this particular scheme, actually, you need to link your project to specific national mission and the SDG, which is very important actually as on today. And importantly, once you are through in your project and you have gone through the project, popularize the outcome and achievements of your project. How do you popularize? Basically, to write, easy going articles, where even the most difficult part of the science can be communicated to the public, so that the public knows that the taxpayer money is being utilized very well actually. Finally, adopt to the dynamic research environment. The incremental kind of science which has been happening in the country is known to all of you, right? I mean, there are sometimes, people talk about the R&D funding in the country, that it is very less. Let me, remove this unpopular fallacy from the minds of the people. Let me give you some facts. Contrary to the popular belief that funding is lesser, let me tell you, when it comes to the per capita expenditure on any researcher in the country, you will be surprised, except 1 or 2 nations, we are actually comparable to any Western world actually, okay? This is the kind of funding which we are doing. So how come, what kind of facts I'm giving to you? Are you not convinced? So let me convince you further. Where from this per capita expenditure is comparable to the Western world actually? It is because our research base is so small. So this is what, if you recall, the aim of Accelerate Vigyan is basically to expand this research base, where more and more people are encouraged, among the youth to undertake the science and engineering R&D. So there are challenges, in SERB, a very small organization, imagine 20 odd officers, scientific officers. We need to timely make decisions and disbursement of funds. And I told you the timelines. Imagine, even NSA or any, global funding agency, they take about 9 months to 1 year to disperse the funds. From the time our calls are closed, we ensure that within 3 to 4 months, not only all the processes are over, the funds reach into the pockets of people actually. Number 2, increasing number of proposals, though it is something very encouraging, when it comes to the science. But the problem is the increased number of proposals are not bringing the quality actually. So we need more and more quality. Okay. The limited reviewers we have, independent reviewers, see, though it is a concept of scientific social responsibility that the independent reviewers need to take this very seriously. But ultimately, in the light of, any such commitment, and their own, commitments in their work, they are being busy, it's a challenge actually, okay, to get the reviewers in time actually, responding to our calls actually. And importantly, though we have the conflict of interest policy, not only applicable to the research applicants, the people like you, we have this on our independent reviewers, we have this on our committee members, and we have this on our own officers. And this conflict of interest policy is really adopted quite well. But again, we are all humans actually, okay? We make mistakes. So that is why I called it as a challenge actually. And lastly, expanding the real quality research base, which I talked about a few minutes ago. I will spend perhaps, I don't have much of time, but then, I thought, garner some slides where I give you how a research proposal need to be built up by you, a quality research proposal need to be built up by you. So please pardon me in case I rush through the slides, but I thought I will at least go through these slides and maybe, look forward to another talk with all of you when it comes to future, where I talk in detail how a research proposal needs to be developed. So searching for a research problem should start from the hypothesis orientation actually. It should relate to significant unresolved problems. It should be focused, directional efforts with strong deductive reasoning. Importantly, it should have innovative ideas. Ideas should reflect a forward movement in the field. It should address knowledge gaps with innovation. And thirdly, as I said, incremental kind of science is not desired. So it should be non-incremental. So what? It is risky. Doesn't matter. Better to avoid routine, predictable proposals, sufficiently difficult and challenging for execution. Creating a signature is important. Creativity as a key component of advanced research is going to be important in science too. And it was always important actually. This you have seen all the milestones in science which have been achieved by researchers in last 100 years plus is also because of creativity. Problem lasting for a couple of funding cycles, 6 to 7 years, need to create these signatures. Now, let me give you a brush on the kind of source of ideas, which are going to be important for you, whether it is research papers, literatures, outstanding questions of high value, lectures by experts, even in areas not from your interest, but you can connect with them, this is going to be important. The blue sky, long-standing hypothesis, theoretical proposition, that's going to be third source you have. Special top-down research calls for strength, new and emerging areas. Importantly, look into, how many of you have looked into your national missions, their statements, the sustainable development goals? You need to ask yourself these questions. Are you actually in their realism actually? What country needs actually? Or you are only, interested in what you were doing for last 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, and developing global research synergies is going to be important. So project writing, if you look at, just a minute. Some problem, just a minute. Okay. So project writing, unfortunately, let me share with you some facts actually, which we have observed in SERB, and, my worthy partners in sister organizations like DBT, DST, or maybe ICMR, or maybe MOES, or MOF and CC, whenever we have spoken to them, we have realized there is a problem of giving importance to project writing, though that this project, what you're going to write is going to get you funds, funds to the tune of lakhs to crores of rupees actually. But the kind of, what should I say, the kind of sincerity which we see in writing these proposals is absolutely missing, in 90% of the proposals which we receive. And you know what? Sometimes the projects have been rejected, not based on just merit actually, but based on the poor writing, because though the PI was good, as far as his standing in the science is concerned, but he can't even connect, he can't even reach out to the committee, the independent reviewers, that what he want to communicate, what he want to do in this project actually. Even that part is not clear. Then how do one takes a call as far as this is concerned? So when it comes to the project writing, I feel it needs to be divided into maybe 5 parts: initiation, overview, ideation, articulation, and elaboration. So I think the slide is absolutely clear with respect to what you need to do. So I need not, go into the details, but importantly, what you need to understand, that reviewer is your audience. You are not your own audience. You may be in love with your script, what you are going to write. Okay, I go back to my Wellington days when I was in Wellington in Defense Services Staff College. First time when we submitted our assignment, in terms of our project proposal, it was put in red, everywhere red, those 40 pages. This was a hit, big hit on the ego of those capable, competitive officers who had come to this college after a lot of competition, actually. Okay, but it served as a notice. It served as a caution in life that your project proposal is not for you. It is for the audience, actually. So reviewer is your audience, actually. So whenever you write something, why of it, objectives of it, the big picture of it, you should be actually writing according to when somebody reads it independently, whether he gets the meaning, whether he gets the essence of it. This is going to be important. So I will, one by one, this slide I'm going to perhaps spend some 1 minute or so. You need to convey clearly what the investigators want to achieve, its objectives, how methodology and novelty is going to work in national scenario, and what is the international status when it comes to the literature review. Focused objectives. Though I've written maximum 4 to 5, but I think 2 to 3 objectives are more than sufficient. But what I find in almost 70% of the projects, actually people don't even understand what is the difference between methodology and the objectives. Very unfortunate, but it is so. Okay, people are writing methodology as objective, and sometimes objectives are not even listed, actually. Literature upgrade is most important, actually. So you may think, that whatever project you have put in, it has so much of novelty. But if you go deeper into literature update, your claims could be counterproductive for you actually, when it comes to the project proposal. Detailed methodology with structure, equations, schemes, diagrams, without saying important, actually, but care to be taken importantly to avoid spelling and grammatical errors. Follow uniform reference pattern, list out all the authors in the list of publications. Is it important? Is it peripheral? I say absolutely important, actually. I see you are asking an independent reviewer, which doesn't even charge a single pie for this review. He's doing it more of a social scientific responsibility. Don't you think it is important that you do your own job to make him do what he's supposed to do diligently, actually? So it's something like, when you were undergoing your PG or when you were undergoing your BSc or 11th, 12th, how well you write, is going to draw the first attention of the, people. A budget needs to be realistic. Manpower, equipment, consumables, travel, and contingency are provided, no doubt. But importantly, what you need to understand, that budgets, whatever you're going to project, it should not be greedy kind of budget, actually. It should be realistic budget, which is required for the science. And importantly, last but not the least, principles of research integrity. Less said, better. So this is what we follow, in terms of scientific ethics and plagiarism, in our SERB is concerned. So by and large, if you look at the first corner on left of you, we adopt UGC's promotion of academic integrity and prevention of plagiarism in a higher educational institution. Rest is history. Okay, I need not go into it. So what next? Even if your project is awarded to you, you have been lucky. Okay, out of 1,000 proposals, say 100 have been taken on board. Say about 10% of them. You're lucky that you got it. Is it that you should sleep over it? You should take it easy. Okay, what you need to do? There's a lot you need to do. You need to do actually in terms of your pre-project ideation, then initiation stage. When it comes to the finalized research plan, the synopsis part of it. Stage 2, comprising of your planning, execution. Stage 3, monitoring. So why this slide, actually? How many of you, if I have to ask, even think of having this kind of per chart, that if I go for next 3 years of project, it should not be on sidelines. It should not be my side business, actually. It should be my prime business, because it is the taxpayer money which has been given to me. And I should do maximum justice, not only to taxpayer money, to my own resolve, to a wonderful project which I conceived and people honored, actually. So right from initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, and closure of the project, it is going to be important that you actually not only work as a person, you work as a team. And you know what I've seen at times, there is an issue of the mentorship. Okay, even if you feel that even if you are a very senior scientist or senior academician, and you feel that there is a need for some kind of mentorship, is there any harm to go for the mentorship? You must. Okay, and importantly, before you close the project, actually, okay, your consolidation, the paper writing, the reconciliation of budget, and the closure reports, which are going to actually decide whether you have done excellent job, very good job, or just simply satisfactory or poor job, okay, is going to be important. And it is also important that whatever you closed, you need to communicate in terms of popular articles in science. There are enough schemes today in the country, including Avsar scheme, for which I am the committee member in one of the government organization. Okay, and when it comes to the analysis of research projects, you know, so it is not your own project, assessment actually, that what you have done in terms of SWOT analysis. It is going to be by independent reviewers, as I said, not only at the time of award, but at the time of closure also. The independent reviewers, the PAC, the project advisory committees, they are going to take a call. What were the objectives? Whether the objectives are achieved, and even if they were achieved, to what extent? What were the outcomes, and what kind of these outcomes have made any impact in terms of science? My final word, what I wanted to say in terms of this slide, my emphasis of points are, you need to be talking in terms of strategic research areas. Gone the days of incremental research. Global presence is going to be important in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Transformative research is also going to be of importance. So don't try to be just a scientist. I will put it, get into the mode where you are science leader of tomorrow. Start developing your strengths, start developing your arenas, in a manner that you emerge as a science leader rather than just a scientist. Actually, collaboration is going to be the key of tomorrow. Unless you collaborate even with the next door neighbor, see, I mean, it's very, very disheartening. Some people work in so much of isolation for certain insecurity that, somebody is not going to share my data, that ultimately they'll end up doing a shady work or shoddy work. Whereas next door, next division, next department, they have expertise available actually. Don't you think it is counterproductive? For good science, it is. Okay. So it is not just interdisciplinary part of it, collaboration, it is also, the collaboration in terms of multi PIs, multi-centric in terms of discipline, PI, multi-institutional, and so on. Research funding, is going to be, my God, is going to be competitive. As I said, it's going to be competitive. So you need to be actually looking into multiple programs, future ready themes, rather than routine science actually. And we at SERB take pride that, we create infrastructure, we support infrastructure even, for cutting edge science and removing obsolescence. Please see to it that you are benefited. Thank you so much for listening to me patiently. I'm always within your reach, or so is rest of the SERB. And here are my credentials.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Neetu. So
thank you, sir, for making us aware about the possibilities and opportunities related to research funding. Just by attending your talk, sitting at home, we came to know about a lot of information about the R&D opportunities offered by SERB. And I'm sure that all our participants would get definitely benefited by this session. I can say this because we can see a lot of compliments and questions as well. by the participants in the chat box for your session, sir. Now, with your permission, sir, I would like to take one or two questions from the audience. May I take the questions, sir?
Yeah, because only one leading question.
Okay,
maybe.
Okay, fine. One leading question.
10:30, I need to be on this next session.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. If I take the crux of all the questions, then mostly all the participants, many participants want to know that what are the subjects which are covered under SERB? Is there any scope of interdisciplinary research, like one want to know about political science, the other want to know about this yoga and holistic health, and the other want to know about the niche research area. Means crux of all the questions is what are the areas which are covered by this SERB organization?
So it's a very relevant question. In fact, I had thought of covering it as part of my lecture only. So in a very small way, but then we have started a scheme known as Matrix, actually, which is Matrix is was essentially started for mathematics, development of mathematics, okay, as a subject. But now Matrix has been expanded, about 1.5 years ago. We are in the process of further, strengthening this scheme where all type of cognitive sciences, humanities, sociology, psychology, and other streams are going to be included as part of this actually. So if you go into the details of Matrix scheme, you will understand not only science per se, the STM per se, other fields are going to be also included very soon in this section.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. So we'll not take more questions now. We can end our first session here with a lot of thanks to you, sir, for your informative session and answering the question, the crux of all the questions in the participants. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Hope I am able to do justice, actually. Thanks.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Thanks, Shivaji College, for everything, for giving me this platform, actually. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now let us proceed towards our next session on some R&D funding opportunities in DPT, Department of Biotechnology. We are delighted to have today with us Dr. Meenakshi Munshi, the resource person for the second session of the workshop. I feel privileged to introduce Dr. Meenakshi to our participants. Dr. Munshi currently is working as a scientist G advisor with DPT, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, New Delhi. She did her bachelor's from Women's College, Srinagar, master's from Kashmir University, and carried out her PhD research work at Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai. She has also done postgraduate in journalism and mass communication from Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. She joined University of Delhi as a postdoctoral fellow. Later, she worked as a research scientist at JNU New Delhi, where she was working on plant signaling. Then she moved to scientific administration at the Department of Biotechnology and was involved in developing plant biotechnology program and energy bioscience program of the department till 2011. And subsequently has been heading Human Resource Development Division, including both national and international fellowship programs, public engagement and societal development programs, also responsible for social media communication of the department. Ma'am has been a Fulbright Fellow at University of California, USA during 2010-11. She was also honored with Young Scientist Award, BVS Allahabad. Dr. Munshi has published her work in various national and international journals of repute, like Critical Reviews in Plant Sciences, Pulver Publications, to name a few. She has also been writing popular science articles for print and electronic media. She has also authored a book, Biotechnology, Applications and Careers, Viva Publishers Private Limited, in 2004. Ma'am has traveled widely and visited 20 countries as part of various national and international delegations and attended numerous international conferences. She has been popular into science writing also and written many popular articles in national dailies. She has also been a regular broadcaster with overseas services of All India Radio as a science scan presenter. After this brief introduction, now I would like to invite Dr. Meenakshi to deliver her talk on the topic some R&D funding opportunities in DBT. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Dr. Garg, for a wonderful introduction. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers of this workshop, Shivaji College itself, the principal, for inviting me for this talk. I'll be happy to inform the audience here that this college is a recipient of the Star College program of the Department of Biotechnology. Let me just share my screen. Is it, you can see the slides?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Yeah, I'll just try to put it in the slide mode. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
So, I mean, it was, I also heard Dr. Mahajan's talk, and I'm sure that would have been very useful for the participants, young students, and the faculty members. I will try to talk to you about what are the various funding opportunities, how are we placed in an international scenario as a department, as a department of biotechnology. So let me just give you this flavor of see, if you look at India, the public expenditure on R&D has been 0.6 to 0.7% of our GDP. As you all are aware, private sector is really not dominant in contributing towards Indian R&D ecosystem. In fact, government is the primary source of funding, and primary user of R&D funds are the academia. Of course, more participation of state government and also the private sector is needed in this direction. If you look at the broad R&D goals for India, these are to continue to strive for sustainable development, effectively tackle the climate catastrophic goals, and focus has been and is on health and well-being of people. And the most important aspect is we need to really conserve biodiversity. So if you look at the national R&D expenditure sector-wise, the big chunk comes from the government, central government, followed by a private sector. States contribute very minuscule to the entire R&D ecosystem. So which is really of concern, and we really need to look into this and how we can involve other agencies also. Now, if you look at the good part of the trends in Indian R&D, India is globally at third position when you talk about the number of publications as per the NSF database. We are third in the number of PhDs being produced in science and engineering. The number of researchers per million population has doubled over the years. If you look at in 2017 or 18, it was 255, and today it has increased over the years. And even as per the WIPO report, India is ranked at position 9th in terms of resident patent filing activities across in the world. Now, this graph just gives you an idea about how over the years we have shown a remarkable increase in the number of publications. These three, like the red, green, and this blue, just tells you these are the different databases of Scopus, SCI, and NSF. They just tell you how we have, there is an increase in the number of publications from Indian scientists. And this just gives you the trend, like different databases show that different, increase in the number of publications. But the bottom line is you see a increasing trend in the number of publications of Indian scientists. So Indian biotech is on a growth pattern. India is among the top 12 destinations for biotechnology in the world, with approximately 3% in the global biotech industry. India is also a leader in the global supply of vaccines like DPT, BCG, and measles. Biotech industry in India comprises of nearly 600 core biotechnology companies, approximately 2,600 biotech startups. In fact, our own Section 25 company, which is called BIRAC, it has supported nearly 50 incubators. And India has the second highest large number of US FDA approved plants. And it is envisaged that by 2025, Indian biotechnology industry is expected to reach 150 billion USD. And you know that India has a huge space, 5,48,790 square feet of incubation space, which are doing different kind of biotech research. As I mentioned earlier, also, we have nearly supported 50 bio-incubators by BIRAC, and many more are planned. And you'll be happy to know that India is the only country where we have a full-fledged dedicated department of biotechnology to support R&D in biotechnology across the country. And this slide just gives you a snapshot of how the funding comes from the government. It's all government funding. You see it with the Department of Biotechnology, we have seen an increase in our funding. When we started Department of Biotechnology way back in 1986, we had a budget of nearly 40 crores. And today in 21, for this year budget after April, it has gone to 2,900,000 crores, which itself shows how biotechnology research has been supported by the government and how it is doing at the international arena. So it's very important before you think of a research project, how does the system really work? So as I said, that the investment is primarily from the government through various funding agencies. This is where our role comes. Funding agency acts as a mediator between the government and between the researchers. So what happens at the funding agency? Like, we support research to academia, industry, state governments, non-for-profits, and then R&D is done by each sector, which leads to outputs and outcomes. And eventually the entire chain leads to the development of R&D ecosystem of the country. So I don't know whether Dr. Mahajan would have talked about the Ministry of Science and Technology, and under the aegis of Ministry of Science and Technology, we have broadly 3 departments. That is Department of Science and Technology, which focuses on all the basic science areas. And under DST, the SERV falls under DST. I'm sure he would have talked about it. And Department of Biotechnology focuses primarily on biotechnology and allied areas. And then we have Department of Science and Industrial Research, under the aegis of which is a Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, where they focus on technology and industrial development. So what is the role and responsibility of the Department of Biotechnology? It's very important that you are aware about it. See, we started as a board in 1982 and eventually became a full-fledged department way back in 1986. And our primary role is to act as a central coordinating and a policy-making organization in biotechnology, fund research and development in biotechnology and allied areas, develop a critical mass of human resource, which is very important component, and we are supporting it since beginning. And over the years have evolved into different programs and process. I'll be talking about it in subsequent slides. We have a responsibility of establishing state-of-the-art infrastructure facilities, establishment of centers of excellence, provide framework and guidelines for regulatory policies. This is the budget we were assigned in 1920 and our also responsibility is to provide extramural grants to research universities, research institutions, academia, provide R&D support to industry, NGO. We have our own 16 funding autonomous institutions. Each institute works on a specific mandate. So what are the areas we support in biotechnology at our from DBT? So we support programs across the diverse fields, be it agriculture, food and nutrition, healthcare, environment. We have specific programs for Northeast. We support major programs on science outreach, translational innovation and startups, international collaborations, animal biotechnology, environmental biotechnology. We try to support programs across the disciplines. So I will share with you what are the various funding schemes available with the department. We have a research and development. We support R&D through comparative research grant schemes. And this we support throughout the year. You can submit a project throughout the year. We have, as I did mention, we have human resource development, centers of excellence and program support, public-private partnerships, international collaborations. So before I go further, I would like to tell you how, if you think of submitting a project to DBT, so what is the process and how does, what is the journey of a project proposal you have submitted? Now, earlier we used to ask all the PIs to submit 20 copies of the hard copy of the proposal. And subsequently we moved to the online system, where you have to submit a proposal online. There is a portal called ePromise Electronic Project Management System, ePromise it's called. And first thing you have to do is you have to go to the ePromise portal of the DBT and then register yourself. It will generate, give you a login and password, and then you need to submit. There are the detailed guidelines available there, and you can submit your proposal. Now, once you submit the proposal, it was very difficult for the PI to know what's happening to the proposal he has submitted or she has submitted. And many times he would call the program officer in DBT and he may not be able to get the proper answer. And then he is in a dilemma, and what's happening really to my project. And now all those things have gone. You can access your project status online and go by, once you have your login and password, and then you can track the stage at which your proposal is there. So what happens when the project is submitted? Every month, believe me, every month we have, that's called internal screening committee. Now they are, the internal screening committee comprises of the scientific officers, the program officers who are handling these respective program areas in the DBT. And they, along with the senior division heads, they will look at these proposals and they will clear whether they are as per the mandate of DBT, or they are as per the area, whether they have done a previous, some work has been done. They look into all these aspects, and once ISC clears these projects for the next level, these projects are sent for external review, for evaluation. And once we get those, the comments of the reviewers, they go to the next level. That's called it's called Technical Evaluation Committee, which comprises of the subject experts. They're all external members, and DBT officials are a part of this committee. So they do the due diligence is done by the program officers, but here these projects are evaluated based on the comments received, as well as based on the discussion by the experts on each project. And once these projects are recommended by the Technical Evaluation Committee, and the projects which are up to 40 lakhs, they are evaluated by the Technical Evaluation Committee. And once they are recommended, then they are processed by the program officers. Now, these some of the projects which are costing more than 40 lakhs and above, they go to the another committee, which is called as Scientific and Technical Evaluation, Scientific and Technical Committee. That's called STAG. Now here, the PI is asked to make a detailed presentation before the committee, and based on the reviewers' comments and presentation and the discussion by the experts, final decision is taken, and the project is, if it's recommended, it goes through the cycle of financial approvals. The PI is communicated that your project has been recommended. Now you submit the relevant this equipment quotations and the other details if there are any clarifications sought, and then it is processed by the division program officer in the division, sent to the finance, and finance gives their approval, and eventually the administrative sanction order is issued. Now, if the project cost is more than 5 crores, then it goes to the Biotech Apex board. The board looks at the projects, and the PIs are called for presentation, and eventually once it is approved, it goes through the normal financial cycle. That's called financial congress. Project is approved and the sanctions are issued. So I thought before I talk to you about what are the various funding schemes of the department, it is more relevant here that you should know what are the requirements of a research proposal. Although you would have heard from Dr. Mahajan also, he would have talked about it, but what we look at it, DBT, I'll focus on that. So it's very important, you ought to have a proper project title and affiliations. It should contain an abstract or the summary of the proposal, what you intend to do in the proposal. Research plan, it should have a clear, what are your aims, what are the key questions you're trying to address by this proposal. Background and importance is very important. Preliminary studies and the rationale, it's very important. See what happens many times, you say, oh, you will start with a survey, then do this, then do those kind of projects are really not encouraged, because it's very important that you should have a preliminary studies done, because that gives you a confidence that, well, whatever you are planning to propose, you will be able to complete it, or you will be able to achieve it in the next 3 years, what is usually the cycle of the project proposal. And reviewers, on the other hand, also get a confidence that they feel, well, the PI has done the preliminary work, and it's a proven hypothesis, and you can go to the next level. Research methodology, as Dr. Mahajan also talked about, you should be very clear about the research design methodology, and it should also have the milestones and the timelines. It's very important, because your objective should be very realistic, whether you are able to achieve them in the next 3 years or not, and expected outcome. It should have references, if it's a collaborative interactions, institutional approvals, budget details. I would urge all the younger PIs, be realistic with your budget, because who is evaluating these projects? It's scientists like you. Many of you would be across the table also evaluating these scientific proposals. So be realistic with your budgets. And if you want to do a collaborative project, you are most welcome to apply. You can submit a collaborative or a multi-institutional project, but you should have a clarity as why you need to go for a collaborative project or for a multi-institutional project. So the key questions, you need to be very clear about what are the key questions. Then proper concept development, why there is a need for multi-institutional project, and the interdisciplinary goals have to be very explicit. At the same time, it's very important that, at the same time, it's very important that you should have a clarity about the interdisciplinary goals, expertise and experience of the people who are involved in the multi-institutional project, and of course, availability of resources, which is very important. Yes, with my experience of more than 20 years in DBT, I have seen there are challenges. It's very important, you need to have good coordination at the institution level. Keeping institutional identity while fostering multi-institutional collaboration, it's equally important. Selection of appropriate partners is one of the most important challenges in multi-initial projects, because they will come together, but really many times I have seen these projects, they don't work well because there's no synergy between the collaborating partners. So past performance is also very important. So in the outline, it says it should be significant. Investigators' relevant expertise should be there. There has to be a component of innovation, and the approach you are adapting, it's very important in scientific environment. And in these kind of collaborative and multi-institutional projects, it's very, very important that you need to have inter-institutional partnership agreements in place. Because, suppose tomorrow something excellent comes out, then there will be issue of IP management. Then that's why these kind of non-disclosure agreements, confidentiality disclosure agreements, and revenue sharing models, they need to be very explicit. And this is another thing, that if you're getting money from the government funding agency, you need to have an agreement, which is not a major issue, which you need to have an agreement with the funding agency. If it's a private organization, they need to have an agreement prior to release of funds from the government. But in case of government organizations, you need to have an MOU signed within the first year of the grant release. So what is the project life cycle? I mean, it's very important for you to understand when you are intending to write the project, how does the project life cycle start? See, the first thing you have to look, when you have to look for the funding, then you have to see which organization you are targeting. And then you have to develop the proposal according to the frame and the rules and regulations of that particular organization. So you have to submit the proposal to the organization, and then if it is approved, sanctioned, then you have to work on the defined objectives. In between, there will be scientific review meetings to be attended for apprising the DPT committees about the progress made. And once you have done your project, then you need to submit a final project report and what are the achievements of the project. So it's very important while writing the project proposal, you should be aware about the do's and don'ts, which will make your project a best fit for the support. So when you talk about the title of and affiliations of your research proposal, it should be concise, and it should give a reviewer a general sense of what you are going to investigate, give complete address and the contact details. And it shouldn't be too general or too long or short. It should be very concise as per your objectives. It should have a well-defined abstract or the summary, which should define the significance of the work proposed, should outline the hypothesis on which your proposal is based. It should have defined major objectives and the potential impact of the work. Don't make it too long or too short. It shouldn't be too theoretical, giving only the review of literature, which is very important. And when you talk about the introduction of the proposal, it should be able to address following important issues, because you need to let the reviewer know about the genesis of your proposal, highlight the key questions which you are addressing. Your hypothesis should be strong and supported by literature on primary data from your lab. You should give details about the work already done in this area and how your proposal is different from the already done work. This was also emphasized by Dr. Mahajan also in his talk. We need to state why your research proposal is important and what should be the output and how it should be useful. Don't give exhaustive review of literature, only provide the information which is relevant to your proposed objectives. Omission of key references is not good, so which will make your proposal weak. See, your objectives should be clear, specific, and should sound achievable within the given time frame. All the objectives stated should be in order and each objective should be able to link to the subsequent one, so that there is a continuity. They should not be too ambitious, should be realistic. Methodology, work plan, and timelines is very important component of the research proposal. You need to frame a clear work plan, timelines, and so that the reviewer gets a fair idea of your intended work. The methodology proposed should be able to connect with the objectives proposed. And you need to be sure that the techniques used would address the problem proposed. Always mention that the problems you could face and suggest alternative strategies. What happens many times, if the methodology plan A doesn't work, do you have an alternate methodology or the plan to execute your project? That's very, very important. Work distribution among partners should be defined if it's a collaborative project. And it would be undesirable if you give do not give too exhaustive details about the method or the techniques. Do not incorporate multiple techniques, because that gives, that makes your project diffuse, because the reviewer feels that the PI is not clear about the work plan and the methodology he or she is using. Work plan should be realistic, and unnecessarily overlap among the partners should be avoided. And it's very important, you need to give the timelines as per the activity, like 6 monthly at least. They should be given clearly, which is also called the PERT chart. PERT chart, if it's there, it's good for the project. Budget, yes, budget has to be given year-wise, which includes the cost of consumables, equipments, manpower. It has to be justified appropriately. And do mention about the existing facilities, because at these ministries or at the funding agencies, they do see if you have existing facilities, they don't want to duplicate it. But at times, what happens, you may have certain equipments, but they are heavily used or used. In that case, you can always mention that. And the budgets need to be very realistic. It's very, very important for all of you to understand. See, who's evaluating, as I mentioned earlier also, these are the scientists who are evaluating these proposals, and they know what is the cost of a particular equipment. So be realistic with your budget. And I would like to share with you that, sometimes maybe you have proposed a budget which committee feels that you may not be able to do your research objectives proposed. So they themselves increase the amount of the budget in a particular head. I thought these are a couple of slides I thought of bringing in here, because suppose once you have got the proposal from the DPT or from any funding agency, you need to give them every year the utilization of funds. That's called a utilization certificate. So I thought it's very important. I should share this. This is the format of a utilization certificate of the department. You need to be very specific under each head, fill it properly and give the details which have been asked for, so that, your second year release is done smoothly. Otherwise, what happens, if your UCSC is not in order, your officer will send you back, and then this results in the delay of the release of the second year, which is the complaint of most of the PIs. Oh, the first year release comes very easily and the subsequent releases do not come in time. One of the major reasons for this is that your grant utilization certificates and the statement of expenditures are not in order. So this is just the format for the same, and this is the statement of expenditure format. Please, if you have been given the money headwise, please give your grant, expenditures also headwise. So then, and they should be signed properly by the designated authorities, and then submit to the department. Okay, now I'll share with you what are some of the opportunities available with us for you people. I'll start with the students because they are the important component of the college ecosystem. We have a major program on DBT JRF program. In fact, earlier this exam was conducted every year by our BCIL. Now this year onwards, we have started our own examination. You guys can appear for this examination. We give about 500 fellowships every year to do PhD in different research institutions. There's an interesting Khurana program for scholars where I know many of the college students have availed this scholarship program. This gives you an opportunity to work as a summer intern for 4 to 6 weeks in US universities in the area of your research. And I'll talk about it more in details. We have Newton Baba Fellowship Program for the PhD program. You can do part of your PhD in UK universities, and these are all paid, internship and paid fellowship program. We have a DBT Heidelberg graduate program in big data. If you're doing a PhD in data analytics, we do send students to Heidelberg University for research. We have a B4 Boston program. This is mostly for the postdoc researchers so that they can go to US in Boston for their advanced research. In DBT JRF, as I mentioned, this is to pursue your research in the universities or research institutions. The students are selected through the biotechnology eligibility test, which, this was earlier being organized, coordinated by NCCS Pune. Now this responsibility has been given to RCB, that's the Regional Center for Biotechnology, which is an institute of DBT. So eligibility, as I'm sure you may be aware, it's MSc and MTech or MVSc and in biotechnology related areas. And you can apply. This is a fellowship, JRF for 3 years, and it gets subsequently converted to SRF as per the DST guidelines. And you can avail this fellowship. You can write this exam and qualify and take the fellowships. Khurana program, as I was telling you, this is an initiative of the Department of Biotechnology, and this is being implemented by Indo-US S&T Forum, and WinStep Forward is an NGO in US. We provide opportunity to Indian students to undertake research at University of Wisconsin and other partner institutions in summer for a period of 10 weeks. Eligibility is, you can be a BSc student, you can be even BSc, BTech, MTech, MSc student, who are enrolled in a research institution. And you should not be in the last year, because you should be in the second year of your degree, so that you come back and you can apply whatever you have learned. Then you get a stipend, you get airfare, health insurance also in this is covered. So as I was talking to you about this big data analytics program, we have an MOU with the Heidelberg University in Germany, and there you can apply for this program. It has 2 components. It has 2 to 3 months for a short summer training, but we thought it may not. In this summer training, students went, and then some of them did not pursue this program further. So we have abandoned this now. But yes, the PhD program goes on. If you're interested, you can think of applying for this. Postdoc and positions. We have a DBT Research Associateship. It is like any other CSIR UGC Research Associateship program. But this scheme is coordinated by Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. And in fact, we have an advertisement twice a year. One is in July, one is in March. If any of you feel interested, please do go to the DBT website and find more about this program. This is given for 2 years, and then with a further extension after another 2 years. But the catch here is that you can avail this associateship at an institute where you have not done your PhD, because the purpose here is to develop in you the leadership to become an independent scientist. What happens if you join your mentor's lab? So you have already learned whatever you had to learn in the same institute. We want you to come out of that so-called comfort zone and join a new lab and work from the new environment. That is a precondition in DBT Research Associateship. Then we have a scheme for that's called Innovative Young Biotechnologist Award. That's Hargobind Khurana IYBA Award. This award is for the scientists who are young, below the age of 35. And whether you are on a permanent position or on the soft position, you both are eligible to apply for this award. You get a research grant of up to 50 to 60 lakhs. If you are a permanent faculty, then you get a research award of 1 lakh per year for a period of 3 years. But if you are on a soft position, you get a fellowship as 75,000 per month for 3 years. But in that case, you need to have a mentor associated with you. Ramalinga Swami re-entry fellowship may not be directly concerned to you, but yes, many of your friends would be overseas and want to come back to the country to do their research of interest. So this is for them, those who want to relocate themselves from overseas. This fellowship is for them. DBT Wellcome Trust is also, this is a welcome, DBT has an alliance with the Wellcome Trust UK, where we support research at different levels, but this is confined to the biomedical research. As I was telling you about the B4 program we have, that's called Building Bharat Boston Biosciences Fellowship Program. This is for the postdocs. BioCare scheme is exclusively for the women who have to take a break because of the family commitments, and then they want to come back to the mainstream of the science. This is the only scheme which is exclusively for the women scientists. I'll talk about more in the subsequent slides. Recently, we have started the Young Researchers Fellowship Program that's called MK Ban Fellow Young YRFP program. Here, the focus is on, we don't want all the young researchers, the bright researchers to go overseas for the postdoc. Under this scheme, the aim is that they should be retained in the country and do excellent research in the country. So this scheme was initiated this year only. So when you talk about, as I did mention to you about the DBT Research Associateship, what is the objective is to encourage postdoctoral research in various areas of biotechnology. And this is, as I did mention, that it is implemented by IIC Bangalore. The eligibility is PhD below 40 years for male and 45 for female. Fellowship, you get normal, which is the DST recommended fellowships. And duration is 2 years, then another 2 years, it's not 5 years, another 2 years based on the progress made, which can be extended further for another 5 years. So as I mentioned, you can work anywhere other than your institute where you've done your PhD. IYBA objective is, as I said, this is to nurture outstanding young scientists who have innovative young ideas and want to do research in biotechnology. Eligibility is they should have a first class in their academic careers, and PhD with 35 years of age for women, it's 40 years. They get a cash award I mentioned earlier, and those on a soft position, they get 75,000 rupees per month and the 50 lakhs as a research grant. 3 years, we have currently 15 fellowships are to be awarded every year, and you can work anywhere in the country. BioCare, as I was mentioning to you, it's the women-centric program of the department for career reorientation. And this should be your first R&D grant for the women scientists. You can work anywhere, and we give a research grant. In this, if you're an employed woman, you get a fellowship of 60,000 rupees. And if you're unemployed, sorry, and if you're employed and you get your salary, in addition, we are giving 10,000 over and above the salary and a research grant. And DBT Wellcome Trust, as I was mentioning here the focus is currently on the biomedical research only. And the best part here is you may be anywhere in the world, you are eligible to apply for this. But here the condition is that you need to work in an Indian lab. So you can work, there are 4 different categories here: early career, intermediate fellowship, senior, and Margdarshan is for the very senior people. This is given for a 5-year, and you can work anywhere in the country. This is a very lucrative grant. You get to the tune of 4 crores or so under different categories. Ramalingam Fellowship, as I mentioned to you, the purpose is to bring back Indian scientists who are working overseas. And eligibility is PhD with 3 years of minimum postdoc. Upper age limit is 45 years. Nature of the support is 1 lakh fellowship, 18,500 as HRA, and then research grant 10 lakhs for first 2 years, 7.5 lakhs for next 2 years, and 5 lakhs for the 5th year. And those who get the permanent position during their tenure, they're not eligible for the subsequent extensions. We give 75 fellowships per year, and the awardee can work anywhere in the country. So as I was telling you about this B4 Boston Program Fellowship, here the objective is to link up institutions in India and Boston to promote research and creation of knowledge in biosciences through collaboration between the two countries. And eligibility is PhD, should be an international. We give a research, the fellowship is given for 18 months, and travel round trip economy class fare and is also given. And you can avail this fellowship. This is being executed by this is IWAB. It's a Bangalore-based institution. They execute this program for us. That's called Institute of Bioinformatics and Applied Biotechnology. MKBON, I did talk to you about this fellowship. We have just started this program. In fact, first batch of applications have been received and we are working on it. They get 75,000 rupees as a fellowship per month for 3 years with a contingent grant of 20 lakhs per year. And here the catch is the fellows selected have to work in the DBT autonomous institutions. And there are 16 autonomous institutions. Your application has to be routed through the institute head. So what are the grants available for early career fellows? That's a rapid grant, which is called RYGI. That's called as a rapid grant for young investigators. So here you can apply for the research grant, and usually the aim is to support these proposals within a period of 3 to 4 months. GLUE grant is another scheme of DBT where, as you know, the terminology GLUE says you need to bind. What was happening, a basic researcher wanted to do research, but he had no access to the clinical samples. Clinician wanted to do research, but he had no access to the, the students. And then he had clinical samples. So we thought, why not to bring the two together and glue them so that they are able to do a research, meaningful research. And that's how we are supporting research projects under this GLUE grant. Then, those scientists who are doing really well in their careers, you need to motivate them constantly. And for that, DBT has various awards and fellowships at every level, at younger level, mid-career level, senior level. So this National Bioscience Award for Career Development is given to the mid-career scientist. Tata Innovation is for the senior scientist. And of course, we have a specific award for the women scientists. That's called Janaki Amal Women Bioscience Award, which is given in 2 categories. That is for the young budding women scientists, and the senior for the lifelong achievements, what they have done. Okay, then we talk about, we have other schemes also, which are called the Bioenergy Awards. If somebody is interested in doing research in the energy area, we have all these Bioenergy Awards fellowships. You can go to US, any university or the institute to do research. Then under our Indo-US Genome Engineering program, we support fellowships in genome engineering. You can go and work in any university in the US. And of course, there are many people who are working on towards the societal development. And there also we have awards for an individual or as a team. Not only this, as I did talk to you about, we have this RYGI scheme, GLUE grant, Bioscience Award, Tata Innovation Fellowship, Women Bioscientists Award. All the awards are there to support the young scientists and motivate them from time to time so that they keep focused on their research activities and work towards the nation building. For example, Tata Innovation Fellowship is for the scientists who are up to the age of 55. Here you get 25,000 rupees per month in addition to your salary and research grant of 6 lakhs for 3 years, which you can use for anything you want to do in connection with the proposal you are working on. Women Scientist Award, as I mentioned about this, we have 2 categories, junior and senior. You can apply for this every year. We put an advertisement in national dailies and on the DBT website. If you can have more details from the DBT website also about this. And this I already talked about the Societal Development Awards and the Get-in Fellowships of the department. If you feel you're eligible and you're interested, please do apply for these fellowship programs. As I mentioned to you about the Star College scheme, this is one of the important schemes of the Department of Biotechnology, and Shivaji College is a beneficiary of this Star College scheme. We give support to the undergrad so that this improves the undergrad teaching in across the disciplines. Not only the life sciences or the biological sciences departments are supported, any department is supported, whether it's chemistry, physics, mathematics, computer science, all the departments. The aim, this has been one of the flagship program of the Department of Biotechnology, where currently more than 150 colleges have been supported across the country, and it has been a very well received program. We do support short-term training programs for mid-career scientists, where we want to impart specific training to UG and PG teachers. We do have a major program for support of Center of Excellence and Innovation in Biotech. And this is I think this is especially for the young students and the young faculty, Biotech Popularization Program. That's called CTEP. That is for conference, travel, exhibition, and popular lectures. We give travel award if you want to present a poster or a research paper in the international conference. Please do apply. Go to, of course, due to pandemic this year, we have not been able to send anybody out because of the travel restrictions, but I'm sure in coming months, this restriction will be over and we'll be able to travel as before. And this you can apply for, whether you want to organize a conference or you need a travel support, you want to hold an exhibition and even conduct popular lectures series. We do support funding for all these activities regularly. Other programs, and I did tell you about Center of Excellence, but these are usually a call-based. Center of Excellence is not like competitive R&D where we accept projects around there. These are specific calls. In fact, I would like to share with you, we have a major program on infrastructure development. I'll talk to you in a couple of slides now, hence. So please do apply wherever you feel deemed fit. Do apply and seek the funding for yourself, for your organization. As I was talking to you, we have a major program on supporting infrastructure under 2 categories. One is a builder program and one is Sahaj, is the high-end facilities, because it's not possible for any funding agency to give big facilities across every institution or a college. So we support these big facilities in specific institutions or universities. But there is another scheme which is called Builder Program. That is that's primarily to boost university ecosystem, where we give funding in 3 categories. That is a Builder Program is to boost university interdisciplinary life science departments for education research program. See here what happens, the different departments in your college can come together and develop a concise research program. And here we give money in 3 categories. We give money up to, if it's a few departments coming, up to 10 crores of research funding can be given for a period of 5 years. In fact, I would like to share with you that currently this call is on. Please go to the DBT website, and we have the deadline for receiving applications has been extended up to 15th of Feb. If you feel deemed fit, please do apply for this builder program. And we support, as I told you, research resource facility. These are the grants are supported and for the big facilities. And we do support these bioinformatic infrastructure facilities for biology teaching through bioinformatics. And recently, in fact, we have now started the establishment of biotech Urjit clusters, which are basically university reach out joint industry translational clusters, where the aim is to synergize resources between institutions, universities, research laboratories, and industries and SMEs for technology and product development, more towards focused towards the technology development and eventually build enterprises. We do support, this may not be directly related to you, but we do support biotechnology parks in different states. And we do support this, patent facilitation cells in the specific institutions. We have two major public-private partnership agencies, like one is BIRAC, where in BIRAC, it's a Section 8, Section 25 company where we support mostly industrial ecosystem. What was happening, a researcher will have a lead and he or she didn't know how to take it to the next level. So what they would do, they will publish their research and be happy with the good publication, that's it. And what DBT realized, that there needs to be a connect between a researcher in the in academic arena and the industry, where actually the research, the translational ecosystem is existing. So we need to bring two together. So that's how a bridge was, BIRAC became a bridge between the two, as an interface between academia and the industry. And we have been supporting major programs under this BIRAC umbrella. And the BIPCOL is our public sector undertaking, where our focus is on polio vaccine. And in fact, BIRAC, along with DBT, is playing a major role in the implementation and delivery of our flagship program. You all may be knowing that we are now, Indian government is talking about Make in India and Startup India, Atmanirbhar India. So we have been supporting various programs under these initiatives. And some of the schemes of BIRAC, I request all of you to visit the BIRAC website, and where you will find a big grant. This is basically, if you have an excellent idea, you need to prove that whether you need a money to prove your proof of concept. So there are schemes in BIRAC where from the idea generation to the product development, there are different schemes at different levels. So please do visit. It will help you in taking your research thoughts, your ideas to the product development level. We have major international collaborations. They are bilateral collaborations, multilateral collaborations with different universities, different organizations across the country. So you can visit, and from time to time there are calls out. Even currently there's a call out. Please go to the website, have a look at. If you feel you can collaborate with a particular organization in that country, here what happens, how does it work? We support our scientists, Indian scientists, and the particular country, suppose this is with the European Union, AMBO, they will support their scientists in these collaborative projects, but there are collaborative exchanges. All those things happen. You can visit their lab, they can come to your lab. The students exchange programs are possible in these collaborative projects. Do think about these projects, apply. So I thought I should also give you some flavor of some of the success stories. If not all, I cannot cover in all in this 1 hour. Stop me if I overshoot the time. I'll try to run through some of the slides so that they give you a flavor of what's happening at DBT. As I was talking to you about, we have supported 72 PG teaching courses across the country in various disciplines. 159 star colleges have been supported, and some more are in the pipeline. 6 state S&T, in fact, now it is 9 state S&T councils have been supported for Skill Vigyan. We want to impart specific training to the students so that they are, employable by the different industries. We have supported 960 fellows under DPT JRF program, 185 under PD, under postdoctoral RA fellowship program. We have given fellowship under Wellcome Trust, under 47 fellows under DBT to us. This is for the Third World Academy of Fellowship, because this is for the developing countries. This did not fall under our this thing, so I thought they may not be of use to you. But this is for the people of the third world countries who want to come and do their PhD program in DBT in Indian institutions. We, as I told you about the Corona program, we have supported 49 students here, 34 PhDs under Newton Baba Fellowship Program, and 63 fellows have been selected for Ramlinga Fellowship. 2,500 students, researchers, and the faculty have participated in. We have a Nobel Prize series, which was organized every year, but this year, due to pandemic, we have not been able to organize this. We have a major program that's on vaccine action program, where Indian scientists have developed a good number of vaccine, rotavirus. In fact, this has been also a very important vaccine developed by Indian scientists, and malaria vaccine, dengue vaccine, and tuberculosis vaccine, cervical cancer vaccine. These are some of the innovative devices. They have been supported under the BIRAC programs. This SOHAM device helps you in detecting the cochlear dysfunction of the newborn babies. If they are, and within 6 months, one can figure out if there is any hearing impairment in a newborn baby. NeoBreath, similarly, it's a foot-operated resuscitation system that frees one hand and operate. You can talk or tell about the better ventilation. And then there is a BRUN, is a feto-maternal parameter monitoring system, for easier and cost-effective way for continuously monitoring the fetal vitals of the pregnant mother. We have a major program where we have developed a iron fortified and wheat fortified rice, and it has been a part of the midday meal at many places. You'll find it very interesting. This is the keratin-rich cauliflower, which was supported by DBT in one of the research institutions in Delhi, IARA. They have come up with the orange cauliflower. In fact, I have also tasted it. It is really rich. It's very sweet. It is iron. This is a keratin-rich variety of cauliflower which has been developed. This is a Foldscope. I'm sure many of you would be aware about this. This is Dr. Manu Prakash at Stanford Laboratories, who has devised this paper origami-based Foldscope, which you can use as a microscope. So we do conduct these workshops. So this is a snapshot of what BIRAC does and what has been the success of BIRAC so far. They have been supporting industry. They have come up with 133 products and technologies. 1,000+ startups have been supported. 10,000 people have enhanced their skills. 618 companies supported. 206 patents have been filed. 50 bio-incubators have been set up. 620 companies have been supported. 168 academic institutions supported. Looking at the entire ecosystem, BIRAC has really come a long way in short span of time. It was established in 2012. These are some of the innovations made by young startup companies supported by BIRAC. And recently, you all are aware about the Corona pandemic, and our scientists have taken a lead role in developing whether it's a mask, whether it is a sanitizer, and whatever little things they could develop within a short span of time, they have come forward and delivered. And DBT has supported a national consortium for sequencing of 1,000 viral genomes of SARS-CoV-2. And these are the various organizations which are a part of this consortia. And NIBMG is a DBT autonomous institution in West Bengal, which is the main coordinator of this program. This, as I was telling you, we have come out with different sanitizer, different products in a short span of time under this COVID this pandemic. These are again, they have come up with a VAP Care, which is a closed and intelligent system for removal of saliva and oral secretions from the ventilated patients for the further analysis. I thought it's very important I should share with you some of the website with you so that you can go and browse these through these websites and take more information. So what is the future roadmap of DBT? Is yes, to create skilled human resource in never areas, deepen and intensify industry academic linkages through multiple modes, including creating pathways for early discoveries and translation in a collaborative mode, explore new partnerships to strengthen Indian biotech sector and address national and global challenges affecting human development, grow and create new platforms for biotech startups to connect and leverage national and global stakeholders, amplify and deepen entrepreneurial activities to encourage innovative ideas in healthcare, food, and nutrition. So I've shared with you various DBT schemes which can help you young scientists to do research and make significant contribution to the science and to the nation building. A good project which fulfills all the defined criteria will always be funded, believe me. You don't need to know anybody in any funding organization. If you are done your due diligence in writing a project, and you should be ready to meet various models of collaboration in basic or in a translational research involving industry to go forward. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. I'll be happy to answer your questions. I hope I could keep the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for this enlightening and informative session. You have beautifully elaborated the information on R&D funding opportunities in DBT and others, like research areas covered by DBT, DST, DSIR, and CSIR, funding schemes, then research proposal implementation through new competitive grant management system. After that, what are multi-institutional collaborative projects? Then what all should be taken care of while writing a research proposal? Then about utilization certificate, internship and paid fellowship programs for students and graduates, doctoral and post-doc research programs for scholars, the Innovative Young Biotechnologist Award, and many more. Infrastructure and capacity building programs, and a lot of other related information. And I'm sure that our participants with bioscience and other sciences background would definitely get aware of R&D funding opportunities in DBT and other science agencies. I must say that I must say all of this because we can see a lot of compliments from the participants for this session in the chat box, ma'am. Now, with your permission, can I take some questions from the participants?
Yeah, please. Yeah, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Yeah. Most of the questions by the participants have already been answered in the presentation. Like one question was that are there schemes for those, especially women, who have joined as faculties very late or have thought of starting research in their mid-40s?
Absolutely, yes. Please do apply for the BioCare scheme.
Okay, BioCare scheme.
You are most welcome to apply. We will. I think by April the call should be out. You can apply.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Then there was one more question that if the researcher is beyond the upper age limit, can he or she apply as a co-principal investigator?
Yeah, but the main PI should be within the age limit.
Okay, fine. Means there is some relaxation for the co-PI.
The co-PI, yeah, because main PI should be.
Okay, fine, ma'am. Then there is one more question that are the areas of botany, zoology, and other biological streams also covered under DBT?
Yeah, of course. See, they're all biological sciences.
Okay, and ma'am, what about mathematics?
See, what happens? It should not be more, as I told in my presentation also. It should not be like survey. It should have a biotechnology component. It's very important. Many people will say survey, de novo. You know, if you start with a survey, you'll finish 2 years there only, and then you'll not be able to achieve. It should have a biotechnology component.
Okay, so is there any scope for mathematics also?
Not in biology. If it is a part of the bioinformatics where you can relate, see, that's what I'm saying. The biotech component has to be there.
Okay.
But in case of this Star College program, you can apply for this. You come together, your 3-4 departments can come together, and you are aware about this program. So you can apply there. There we don't distinguish between physics, chemistry, math, zoology, botany. There are certain parameters you should fulfill, and then you can apply for this Star College program.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, one of the participants, Dr. Vimal Kumar Pandit, he wants to ask that if my proposal is accepted in yoga research,
we
from
don't
where
have,
I will get
could hear
funding.
that. See, we don't support those kind of, they have to be see, you know, the subject is biotechnology is the department, and we are, I'm sure there will be funding agency for the yoga also. You have to approach the right kind of organization for that. DBT doesn't support such.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. I think we have covered all the questions from the participants. So we can end our second section here.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an informative session and giving answers to all the questions of our participants. Your talk indeed proved to be a wonderful session for everyone present over here. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So our next sessions will be coordinated by Dr. Kiran Bamal. Thank you, everyone. And now I would like to request Dr. Kiran Bamal to take over the proceedings further. Dr. Kiran Bamal.
Thank you, Neetu. Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful session and giving an insight into all the available schemes for the researchers in their young initiative stages, mid stages, and even for those who have joined late in the research fraternity. Thank you so much. With us, we have our speaker for the next two sessions. We have Professor Lakshmi Lingam with us. And it is a privilege to introduce, dear participants, to you, a speaker, a person with long years of experience in public policy advocacy, work in women movements in India. Professor Dr. Lakshmi Lingam joined Tata Institute of Social Sciences as professor after completing her PhD from IIT Bombay. At present, she is the Dean of School of Media and Cultural Studies. Dr. Lakshmi Lingam is a gender expert, trainer, teacher, researcher, and academic administrator. Ma'am has been on the faculty of Tata Institute for Social Sciences for the past 32 years. During the period 2011 to 2016, Professor Lingam was the Deputy Director at the Institute in Hyderabad. Dr. Lakshmi's research interests range from exploring the social and gender-specific implications of macroeconomic policies, urban poverty, and women's livelihoods, studying women's movements and other social movements, understanding women's health and reproductive rights, exploring issues of culture, women's identity, and agency. Ma'am has undertaken several research projects and published extensively on gender, health, development, structural adjustments and urban poverty, microcredit and women empowerment, and public policies. Professor Lakshmi was a Fulbright Fellow twice, an Indo-Shastri Fellow and Visiting Fellow with the University of Michigan, USA, and Keele University, UK. Ma'am is on the curriculum advisory boards of several women's studies departments in Indian universities, as well as technical and ethical advisory board member of several NGOs. Ma'am has written books that are widely used as textbooks in universities and has published papers in reputed journals and in edited volumes. It is my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to you, ma'am, for taking time out from your busy schedule and agreeing to share your thoughts on academic writing and publication ethics. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And thanks to Shivaji College Research Cell for organizing this one-day workshop and inviting me to take the session. So without wasting much time, I can begin with my PPT. So am I enabled to show my presentation?
You want
yes,
to share?
You can share.
You can share, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this particular, contribution that I'm making to your workshop is actually going to be done in 2 sessions. So in the morning right now, till the time we move till lunch, I'll be talking to you about academic writing and salient issues within academic writing. And post lunch, I'll be talking to you about academic integrity and publication ethics. Okay, so if you have any questions, please do put it in the chat box. I'll definitely answer them. But since the time is like very short, I'll move rapidly and hope we'll be able to take up all the questions that you have. So the first part of this session, I'll be talking about what is the context within which academic research is taking place, and what is the relationship between reading and writing, and what are the key elements of reading and writing. Okay, so we often refer to the current times as post-truth times. Okay, so when we say post-truth, what we mean is that if you look at the imagery here, the cartoon here, there's one which says truth is I think, therefore I am. So the process that I'm thinking and the process that there is an evidence to say that I'm existing is what is the truth, and therefore that is what I believe is the truth, that I'm existing. Post-truth is I believe, therefore I am right. Okay, so whether there is evidence to back me up or not, because I believe, that is truth. So we also talk about, use the word post-truth, things to do with fake news. All these come within this rubric where a lot of information is put out which is not adequately backed with scientific evidence. Okay, so we are in that times now where lots of stuff is out there in the public domain, and there is a very strong belief that all of that is right. So as academicians, for us, it becomes a responsibility to make sure that we're not fueling this post-truth kind of reality with unvalidated, unreliable, and also unscientific, evidences. So this is the context, and therefore for us, how do we know what is data, what is not data, what is just a matter of rumor, and what is it that's really backed with evidence and research becomes very important. The other major stress that we all have, or pressure that we all see and experience, is about information overload. There is so much out there. For every single thing, we just go and type in Google and try and get some information. So within that context, as a researcher, you're always concerned about what is it more that I can write, which is still important and original. And you always have a self-doubt whether you need to write anything more at all when everything is out there. Okay, so it means there are competing, and then you also have competing interests, poor time management, and what is called as FOMO. And lots of young people know what is FOMO, that is fear of missing out. Every time you're not checking your internet, not checking your messages, not checking your, who is writing what on your wall on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook, you just keep thinking that you're missing out on something, right? So a lot of time just goes away in things that you really can't account. So your time is something that you need to really carve out against a context where there is a lot of competing demand on your time. Whether you're a researcher, whether you're a teacher, these are the context that we are in, and we need to handle that. And of course, a lot of self-doubt. Do I know what to write and where to start? I also have very many of my colleagues who do a lot of research but never publish. And when I bump into them and I ask them, you've done this fabulous work, how come you've not published? They'll always say, yeah, I don't have time, or I didn't find time, or I'm too busy. There's lots of teaching. And many young faculty, particularly women, also have the competing demands from the family. Very often they are young women with small children. And in our family context, unfortunately, men don't take responsibility as much as we would want them to. And they don't share domestic work at all, right? So women are then responsible for doing their jobs, doing research, running their labs, writing and publishing, being there out, being counted as a upcoming researcher or scientist, and also managing their home, managing their children. And during COVID times, this has become something that's enormously problematic. And there's also interesting evidence to say that actually men published more during this period compared to women. And women who had to do caregiving work and also do their academic work found themselves completely at a loss, right? So obviously then you are always in a self-doubt, whether you know enough, whether you are sufficiently intelligent to be able to write something. So one needs to definitely deal with all that. And in this 1 hour, 1.5 hours, I won't be able to get into all that, but get into thinking about, what do we mean when we say writing and publishing? And what are all the key ingredients that need to be taken into consideration when we think about writing? So the significance is about thinking, writing, and research, right? So all these are very important. So thinking, writing, research signify the change in what is considered as work. So what I'm trying to flag here is, as a researcher, as a scientist, as a person who works in a lab, or as a person who ideates a lot of things in philosophy and all that and writes, this is a salaried job, for example, okay? And you are rewarded for doing that. And that tells us that, a lot of the Industrial Revolution scenario is fueled by manual work, manual labor in factories and all, but it's substantively supported by a lot of thinking work that is there, okay? And then being able to get a wage for this kind of work basically signals that the kind of transformation that Industrial Revolution has brought in. And currently you actually have jobs like the IT jobs, ITES jobs, a lot of the work that people do in the media and advertising, etc. A lot of this is not necessarily manual work. It's all work with your brain, right? Manual, of course, you sit and type, but it's all about the brain. So it signifies the shift from being paid to do physical work in an industrial era to be paid for thinking, ideas, and communication. And that's part of the knowledge economy, right? So we are all part of a knowledge economy. So whether we are contributing to all these various facets of the knowledge economy, or we are in the teaching field where we are teaching young people to contribute to the knowledge economy, substantive aspects of this has to do with thinking, writing, and reflecting, right? And being able to do research with reflection. So academic writing is an important aspect of PhD research, of getting jobs in academic institutions, and for achieving visibility, recognition, upward mobility in career. So while all of you might be at various stages of this particular bullet that I have here, and therefore this session becomes important to understand what is the relevance of academic writing. So academic writing sits in the center of all these aspects of research, teaching, policy advocacy, communication, community outreach, and publishing. Okay, for any aspect of this, you cannot get away from writing. Yeah, so that's at the center of all these activities. So the interesting questions that we need to ask in the academic realm is, does thinking come first or writing come first? Okay, so it's like a chicken egg, you want to write, but before you write, you need to think through to decide what is it you're going to write. Okay, but in order to be able to think also, you need to actually do a lot of writing also, that tells you what is there in your mind and how you're thinking, whether you're composing what you want to write in a way that's quite conveying what it's supposed to be conveying. So writing is also a process of thinking. Yeah, these are not independent compartments. They are very much intertwined. And then one also can ask a question, is academic writing an art or is it a craft? Okay. And again, it's both, because it's not just a language that you know and you're writing your understanding in that language. It's also about how do you write in a way that is not only just, clear, logical, but it's also about how do you actually keep the interest of the reader in what you're writing. And of course, the level of interest of a reader towards what you write differs in terms of what kind of writing is there. Okay, newspaper, a journal article, a magazine article, an academic writing. All these have very different styles of writing, and also have very different audience. So do we write to convince our readers about our view or change their perspective? Okay, lots of it is also, especially in social science research, it's also about that. In scientific research, it's also about you letting your scientific community know what is the evidence that you are bringing onto the table, and whether you're bringing that to the table to tell them that, look, even I have figured exactly the way you guys have figured, or to say, hello, I find something different here, or I find there are flaws in the methodology, whatever. So you doing your research will be carrying forward a set of new ideas and conversations to a group of people who are already in that room talking to each other. Yeah. So journals are like spaces within a building where you have different rooms, and in every room you have a group of scientists talking to themselves. And then you have to decide which room you're going to go to, depending on what research you have done and what research is going to make a difference to which community of researchers. So when you do literature review and you write a paper and then you want to publish, it's basically an activity where you're trying to understand what are people talking, how do I understand it, and what do I want to take back to that group. So it's basically about how do you join a conversation. So when you hear 10 people talking, you first need to know what are they talking about. Then you need to reflect on what is it that you think needs to be clarified or you need clarification on. Then you listen more, you read more, you still keep listening, but you have something more to say. Then you will say, hello, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to say something. And when they find what you're saying is valid, they will say, fine, please join the table. So review of literature and writing papers in journals is an activity of that kind, where you are joining a coffee table. So unless you are very clear, you always are going to be diffident about joining that community to talk to them or to listen to them. Okay. So always the question that comes is, can we create new knowledge? Okay. Not always can we create new knowledge, but definitely in every knowledge, there is a way of thinking about intervening. Now, when we talk about knowledge, knowledge production is of different kinds. Okay. The kind of knowledge that we talk about, particularly in the groups that we are in, this is knowledge that's backed with rigorous scientific methodology that's used, whether we use quantitative or qualitative, the rigors of research when they are adhered to, and you have a bunch of new observations, findings, and ways of being able to, build a new way of conveying something. We talk about that as knowledge production. Now, there are different kinds of knowledge production. Okay. Now, typically in research, there are always a bunch of, theories and principles, and people use that and do additional research, and they add to that. And then you have knowledge that's actually getting built like a building block. Suddenly there'll be some new set of ideas that come, and then you have a whole new spiral that starts off, right? So there is an iterative process within scientific research as well. However, it's something that is, if you look at this figure, it's something that's building over one over the other, while a lot of traditional knowledge that is there, okay, a lot of traditional knowledge that people have about their lives, about their health, about their cuisines, about their cultures, very often is not necessarily in this way. Okay, it's very, very iterative. So I have given here an interesting picture of a rangoli, and if you see the way rangoli is designed, you can't really say where did you start and where did you end, right? So actually, when you do it from the brass tags of putting the dots and doing, you know where you started. But actually, when you see a column like this, you don't know which will be the beginning and which is the end. So a lot of traditional knowledge and the ontology of traditional knowledge is extremely iterative, and also is built on a lot of oral traditions, etc. However, the kind of knowledge endeavors that we are involved in is much more of the kind of this. And with a lot of qualitative research in social sciences, we also move in these directions of iteratively trying to understand how people make sense of their world and what are the different ways in which we understand communities and individual behaviors. Now, what is the relationship between, I'm sorry, I'm really going at a very fast pace, but do put any questions if you think I need to answer so that you are with me. Okay. And interestingly, the online teaching is one where, sitting in Mumbai, I'm able to speak to you in Delhi, and many of you probably are in various cities. However, what happens is I'm only talking to myself. I see on the screen my image, and then I have my PPT. I don't see any one of you. So there's no real personal connect at all, So there's all the more reason for you to engage with what I'm talking by putting something in the chat box, which we can always take up and discuss. Okay, so what's the relationship between reading and writing? So reading is about decoding. Okay, so reading is not just about alphabets, words, numbers, graphs, statistics, and all that you see, but every time you're seeing it, you're decoding it, right? For example, when you read a newspaper, you don't just read it placidly. There's a lot of decoding that's happening in your mind. You're looking at a graph that talks about economic growth, or the economic survey. Today's newspaper talks about economic survey and how there's going to be now the economy going to pick up and increase. So all that you're decoding to say, are we in a better position? Are we going to go into a worse position? You always looked at newspapers to look at how everybody talks about flattening the curve. Even children say flattening the curve. Yeah. So we all got used to knowing that what are the cases, COVID cases, new cases, old cases, treated cases, recovered cases, deaths, and then the curve, whether it is really going up or it's going down or it's flattened. So it means when you're reading something, you're also decoding, linking up to what you already know, and also have your view that keeps emerging in your mind. And writing is about encoding. So when you're writing, you are now placing into that write-up a set of codes. So you use concepts, you use theories, you have a way of interpreting, you're debating, you're arguing, right? So you're agreeing with other evidences or you're disagreeing. So it means while you're writing, you're actually encoding all that you already know and you're bringing to the table in that particular paper. So therefore, reading and writing are not placid or passive activities. They are very active activities. And therefore, we often use the word critical reading and effective writing. Okay, so when you read, you don't read in a very placid way. And as a child, when you probably are studying for your 10th grade or 12th grade, a lot of placid reading. We hold the book and we are on the same page for 2 or 3 hours, and then somebody will notice that we're not moving forward. It means you're not engaging with that at all. It's not getting into your head. You're just doing it so that your parents are happy that you're studying. But actually, you pick up a novel, you will do something like 10 pages in half an hour. Your speed of reading is much faster because there is a plot. There is something that you want to understand. You are being taken into a journey of a new dream. Unfortunately, academic writing, academic reading is very boring. And therefore, there's more reason for us to be alert to how we read so that we do quick reading, we do something very new, you read more time, take more time. Something that's pretty known for you, you just need to know, okay, what is the data, what are they saying? You do rapid reading, but essentially it has to be critical reading. And what you write definitely needs to reach somebody, right? So that's effective writing. So what is critical thinking? Yeah, so critical thinking clearly is active, careful, reflective, and analytic. Okay, it's active. So I said it's not passive, it's active. It's careful so that you don't miss out on important points. It's reflective. You are thinking about what you already know and what connections you're making to what you already know. It's analytic because you also are thinking about, is this making any meaning to me based on what I already know? Okay, so there's a lot of analysis that's going on simultaneously in your brain. So being attentive to context. How is the text part of the ongoing intellectual discourse, key debates and concepts? So whatever you're reading, in the introduction itself, the author gives, what is the extant knowledge on the subject matter and what is this particular paper trying to do. And that tells you about how this paper is being contextualized within the existing controversies, debates, and existing endeavors. Locating it in time and space. What was the context this article was responding to, and to what end? In the sense, supposing you read a paper that's not very recent, but it's fairly old, you also will try and look at why perhaps somebody has written this paper. What was the significance of writing this paper, and have they been doing something about making a difference to how thoughts processes are going on. Or probably in social sciences, we also look at what kind of policy formulations are happening and how does this research actually contribute towards that. Okay, recently we've written a paper and it's just published. I can share with you later as a link. We're looking at the age at consent. Okay, at what age can a young girl give consent to sexual relationships, right? So at one point, historically at the time when the Indian nationalists were looking at it and the British were looking at it, and all of you through your history lessons know about, the social reform movements to try and increase the age at marriage for girls, the movements that have, questioned, child marriages, that brought in the focus on widow remarriages and all that. The age at consent was around 10 years. Then it moved to 12 years. Later, it moved to 16 years. And recently, about in 2012, it was moved to 18 years, right? So we wrote about what kind of problems does it create when you actually increase the age at consent from the age of 16 to 18. Okay, so it means when we are writing something, we are actually engaging with the contemporary discussions on adolescent sexuality and the kinds of concerns that are coming up vis-a-vis the new legislations that have come up pertaining to sexual violence and sexual assault. So whenever you are doing any research, you are obviously in a way in touch with the going on in that particular field. So what do I do in the sense when I am writing, reading, what is it that you're doing? You are obviously reflecting, validity of arguments made based on prior knowledge. So you're looking at what are the arguments that are being made and what is the validity of these arguments. You connect, that is new knowledge to what you might have read earlier, right? This is something I told you. You make connections in your mind of what you already read earlier. Apply. How can you use this knowledge, concepts, theories, methods to make your own argument? So when you write your paper, how are you actually going to build on what you already have read? And what is it that you want to contest or argue out in your paper? Okay, so that is the critical part of it, which you will be using when you're trying to write. So what does critical mean? So you make a distinction between criticize and critique. Okay, so when you read something, you are criticizing something. It means you just have a lot of negative things to say about it and you just don't approve. Whereas when you say critique, you are also, criticize can also be based completely on biases. While when you say critique, you have some kind of substantive backup to argue why you think something is not really okay, not really right. So you make a distinction between criticize and critique. So when some other researcher has published a paper and I find faults in the way that particular paper has been argued, and then I write a paper, it means I'm writing a critique of that paper. I'm not criticizing that paper, I'm doing a critique of that paper. Aware of context, intent, and workings of power. In sense, a lot of writing, research writing is also about How are you negotiating with the existing knowledge production, which is also a matter of power, okay? People who have more of the access to knowledge, people who are publishing more, people who are part of networks of people who are publishing, they have much greater power. And therefore, your attempts to critically reflect on that knowledge and also contribute towards that is a way in which you are also dealing with the wheelings and dealings of power. Definitely, it's careful reading. And it's also cognizant of stakeholders and power equations, like who has what kind of positions. Okay, economists will bring certain kinds of positions. Political scientists bring certain kinds of positions, right? Depending on also what kind of theoretical framework you hold, your positions also would vary. So criticality is linked to these aspects, not just that you know the language and you can say that this is not right or I don't believe in this. Or so it's not a post-truth kind of writing, but it's based on strong arguments and evidences that you have harnessed. So what becomes important is how to read. Okay, what is the stuff that you are putting in front of you and how do you actually read? So speed reading is one important way of reading, where you look at the abstract, you look at the introduction, you look at the conclusion, and you really know that it's enough for you to just quickly skim through some of the tables and you know what this research is all about. Or you need to really do a very detailed reading. You also can look at all the subheadings and quickly read all the first sentence and the last sentence, first sentence, last sentence. So you get a gist of what that is all about. However, I must tell you, a lot of speed reading and getting the essence of a paper that you're reading very quickly is also something that you get over a period of time, right? As a very young researcher, it's not possible for you to skim read something and think that you know everything, okay? This is something that you evolve and learn over a period of time. But however, whenever you read and you find very interesting paper, it's always useful to look at who is this researcher, okay? And these days, it's not so much of a problem. You can always Google for that researcher. Don't do that for all papers. You lose a lot of time because you are doing other lateral things which may not be directly relevant. But sometimes some authors have done some work amazingly well, and they're also referring to some large project which is there in their organization or in their university. Then you should definitely go and click and look at who is this author, what is his or her disciplinary background, what kind of theoretical leanings does this person have, and who is this person often citing. Okay, so that gives you a sense of who are the people who are writing and researching on this subject that you are also very interested. So in a way, you know, as I told you earlier, who is there in that room where all the people are talking. Okay, so it's like this is a group of people that are talking. So you need to know who are these people, what kind of perspectives do they bring. Okay, typically a structure of an academic paper, you have a title, you have author or authors, then you have the abstract, you have keywords, then you have all the structure with introduction, review of literature, methodology, arguments. Sometimes they also say discussion, findings, discussion, conclusion, you know, end notes, bibliography. So you need to definitely run through all those. And the most important part is, of course, to look at the arguments and evidence. Okay, there you need to look at what is the paper about. Okay, so you will see sentences like this paper examines, this paper explores, this paper elucidates, this paper looks at. So you, by those terminology, you really know what it's doing. Okay, exploring definitely is much more a recent research, something that's doing new work. Elucidation is very much like going into more in depth, being able to argue more. Examines basically is doing a critical review of something and looking at the validity of something. So by terms like this within the paper, you really know what the paper is trying to do. Means what kind of methodology probably the author is using for that particular paper. So when you use these terms, you know, it means there has to be a coherence in your paper that qualifies with these terms. Supposing you say explore, but you're doing something else, you're doing a very heavy duty argument about some theory or data, then that's not necessarily an exploration, right? It's a critique, or it's an examination, okay, or it's a review, or it's an assessment, right? So all these terms very clearly then have a way in which the paper itself gets structured and what kind of data sets probably you're using to qualify to use those terminologies. So what is the key argument, right? So you will see the author says argues, posits, demonstrates. Yeah, look for these kind of cues to get a sense of what the paper is all about. How does it make this argument? I mean, what is the methodology? What is the evidence the author has used? Is it interviews? Are there news articles? Is it archival information? Or is it lab data? Or is it doing a meta-analysis of other research? You know, things like that. So you need to look at what the author has done. So it means every time you pick a paper, you have to do quick check to see what is this paper, what kind of paper is it. And we often come up with terminologies like, this is an empirical paper, okay? Empirical means something that's using data set. And again, you can say primary data set or a secondary data set. Primary is where I go and collect data, I analyze it, and I write a paper. So it's an empirical paper with a primary data set, which is what I have generated. It could be an empirical paper using secondary sources. So I use census data, I use NSSO data, or I'm using NFHS data. So I'm using some others people's large data set. I'm analyzing it, I'm making interpretations, and I'm writing. So that's an empirical paper with secondary data sources. You can also do, again, interviews also is the primary research, which I am using. Or I'm doing, you know, textual analysis where I'm just reading a lot of text, books, or, you know, fiction, and then I'm writing. Or I'm watching films and I'm doing analysis of that. I do content analysis. I just look at newspapers, what are they doing? So what is the methodology the person has used? And what is the data set the person has used, right? So it means I'm saying, who is the author? In what context is the author writing? What is the author trying to do? What is the data set the author is using? What is the methodology the author has used? And what is it that the author is concluding? Okay, so it means when you look at a paper, it's all English, but there is a hidden grid in that. That is the hidden grid. Okay, you should be able to look, when you look at a building, you look at the building. But if you think of this building has a spine, you know, it has a structure. That structure, if you get a sense, then you understand this building better, right? So reading papers is also like that, trying to look at what is the hidden grid in this paper and what is the paper. So that level of critical reading you need to develop for yourself, so that you don't sit with one paper and get so thoroughly bored and say, oh my God, why am I doing research? This is such a boring job. No, if you were to think like, you know, I am now getting familiarized with all those people who are in that room and talking to themselves, so that I can open the door and get into that room and talk to them. Right? If you look at review of literature like that, then it means you're basically equipping yourself to join a conversation. Okay. Very often people will tell you things like, you know, you should wear a right set of clothes. You must have the right accent. You should be able to say hi, hello, and all. But, you know, those are all still very superficial. If you don't have any content in your head, even if you wear the best clothes, you're not going to make any dent in that room when you go in. So, kya bolne ka? What is there upstairs? Okay, that's what matters. Everything else, people will learn to accept. Initially, they don't find you acceptable, but they learn to accept no matter how you are, right? So today I'm in salwar kameez. Long time back, most of the time I'm in saris. Long time back, I used to have a lot of hair. I used to wear choti. I used to have oil in my hair. So if I look so much like a South Indian woman and I'm getting into a room with all people from other states or also abroad, it's possible that they won't take you seriously. Okay. But when you start talking and there is enough stuff in your head, then they're bound to recognize you as a person who has something to say. So as researchers, you need to basically equip yourself in your head. What you wear, how you do is important, but not enough. So we have this term where we say necessary condition, but not sufficient condition. So you need to have something, but that's not sufficient. Okay. Again, what do you do when you do critical reading? Assessment. That is, you assess the validity of the evidence presented and the claims made. What are the conditions in which the arguments hold? What are the conditions in which the arguments become untenable? Means you always can look at what is it, what are the kind of arguments that are being made, and whether you think these arguments can stay or they would not really work in different contexts. When commenting on scholarly work, focus on your assessment of the work rather than simply summarizing the work. So whenever you read something and you're doing your literature review, it's not okay for you to just say, Lingam said this and, Kumar said this and Shaha said this. No, you need to say, why did they say that? Or what is the important aspect that they have said, which links to somebody else or contradicts somebody else. So you need to very actively read papers to look at them as a body of knowledge rather than independent little boxes. Okay. So what works for you? Why? What arguments do you find problematic? A lot of these also, of course, is linked to how much clarity you get. So the more you read, the more clarity you get. So from the first paper, you are unlikely to develop your critique. Only when you read a lot, then later you are in a better position when you pick up something, whether you find that paper is really acceptable or not. But let me also tell you that compared to earlier times, almost all journals, especially the journals that are considered to be of repute, that are high in terms of their index and citation and impact, all the papers that get published there go through peer review, okay, and go through several revisions. So obviously you don't find papers that are very poorly written published at all, right? So it's not so much about whether there is validity to the data, but it's more about whether the arguments are acceptable to you or not. Okay, so important aspects of reading is also about how do you do the various things, elements of reading. You can always sit, put your legs up, put music on your head and read, but that's good for reading a novel. For academic reading, you need to definitely have a discipline, have your spine straight, focus on what you're reading. And I would like to tell you, besides, what I'm talking to you, yoga and meditation are amazing. If at all you were to take up those, you will find that your academic performance also fantastically improves because your mind becomes so much more clear and also so much more focused. So when you're reading something, what you need to definitely do is notes taking. Okay, what is notes taking? You will find some people take a pencil or pen or highlighter and keep on highlighting everything that they read. At the end of the paper, they find the entire paper is highlighted. So you'll really wonder then what is so important in this paper if everything is important, right? If everything is important, then it means either you're not clear about what you're looking for, or this paper is so fabulous that you're not able to let your pen down from highlighting. So highlighting, notes taking, all these are linked to what is the objective of what you're doing. So if you're looking at a paper and only looking at different kinds of methodologies, then you're highlighting only methodologies. What you can do is right in the beginning, make a decision that every time you're looking at methodology, you're going to use a pink highlighter. Every time you're looking at an evidence, you're going to put a green highlighter. Every time you're looking at new set of observations or statements that are important for you, you want to use another highlighter. So it means you color code the paper. Okay, so in every paper, if you want to look only at methodology, just go and look at all the pink ones, right? But what happens when you read one paper, two papers, you remember. When you're reading the 10th paper, you don't remember what you read in the past 9 papers. So it's no good if you read but don't make notes. Okay, so notes taking is important, which captures and embodies what you experience with the ideas that you're reading. So whatever you read, you should write in your own words, what are the most important ideas that you see coming up here? Highlighting with pencil, pen, or highlighter indicates which point you think has hit a chord in your mind. Okay, it's about that. It's not about just color coding your paper. It's about what makes an interesting observation which you think is valuable and you want to remember. So you're holding that and you're highlighting that. You need to definitely annotate. Annotation is basically a write-up, which is longer than a summary. You write and you also write additional points, you make your own observations. So that's an annotation. So it's a way of framing each reading and building your reflection into it. So at the end of it, you write, how do you find this paper? You say, okay, this paper has done a review of several papers, which is very important for me. Okay, because you have papers, as I told you, which are empirical papers. They also papers which are theoretical papers. You also have papers which are called overview papers or review papers, or these are also known as the state of art papers. So often journals will call people like me and say, can you please write an overview paper on gender and migration? Okay, or something on, pandemics and gender. Can you please write? Then it means I'm going to take the responsibility of looking at all the literature that is there, significant literature that is there, and then I write a piece and it gets published. So it means as a young researcher, when you read that paper, you already get a sense of what is the kind of work that's happening, who is saying what do we know, what do we not know, are women strong? How come less women have COVID than more men? But in terms of deaths, you find more women dying. Why do more women die due to COVID than men? A lot of these questions. Or why do poor people or people with comorbidities? So it means a review paper has a lot of digestion that's happening. This person had done a lot of pre-digestion for you, and it's easy for you to understand. So in every subject that you're working on, you should look for review papers or overview papers, right? So when you're reading them, you have to definitely do your notes taking. And those papers have several references, which you might have to highlight and make sure you get those papers for your review of literature. And these are known as cross citation. Means you got your references from another paper, and now you go and source those papers and read those papers. You have to prepare a chronology, like how are you reading, which papers you're reading. Suppose you have lots of papers and then you say, look, I'm not able to figure out how to differentiate these papers. Then maybe you differentiate by the methodology, or you differentiate by the geographical region from which they are coming. So papers from India, papers from other South Asian countries, papers from Africa, you can do a geographical one. Or if they're papers from India, you look at which are the papers coming from, east of India or northeast of India, like that. You need to think of how to organize the material that you are pulling together and reading and putting it together for you to make your synthesis. Building your file system, you definitely need to have your numbering, your filing system. Usually I do these like a 2-3 day workshop. So I can't go too much into details, but this is useful. Noting cross references. So as I said, look for other references and then go and look for those papers, download them, and then take time to read them. Tips to note taking. How do you do? As I told you, don't confuse highlighting photocopied papers as notes taking. Some people also have PDF files into which they write all their blurbs. They highlight and they write their comments. They highlight, and so what happens is all your comments are sitting in various papers. They're not there anywhere when you want to write. So how many papers are you going to open to write your review? Okay. So you need to open your own document into which you're typing things. You find something very interesting that the author said, you want to use it as a quote. You copy paste that, put it in quotes, write the page number, write the citation. So when you're writing and you want to use that quote, you know which quote you've used from which page number. And you're not going to copy paste that as your text, right? It's somebody else's text. Separate your notes taking from the platform that you're engaged in. Because very often when you're online and you're reading something, you need to have a separate document where you write. Either it's a book or, it's a Word document that you open and you write. When you don't do that, you will completely be at a loss when you have to write. See, I have a book like this, okay? And every time I read or hear, I attend webinars, I have bad handwriting, but I write, okay? I write everything and I have all the dates. So if I want to go back to something, I can always do that. And then if something while I'm listening, I find very interesting and useful, I actually write it down and then I put a box there. So all things that are in boxes, I know are new ideas, which I want to read again. Okay. Or when there are people talking, I look at their name, and then I copy paste it in the browser, and then go and look at who is that person, what is that work that they're talking about. Okay, so while you're listening to me, probably you're also Googling who is Lakshmi Lingam, why is she talking so much and telling us all this gyan. Yeah, so it's good. I mean, you have so much of access to on the go information, which we did not have. We used to spend 1 year in doing review of literature, which you can do in 2-3 months. Any case, review of literature is something that you do ongoing basis. It doesn't get over. It's not like once you're a 60-year-old, you're not going to have your childhood. You know, literature review is like you're an ongoing basis. Your life cycle keeps coming back and forth. You know, every time you do new research, you start reading again, you make notes. So this is a cycle. As academicians, we have to understand is part of our ritual. We have to do this, and we have to enjoy doing it. And let me tell you, if you are very systematic, you'll start enjoying it. Okay. Get your references right. Write very clear notes, not cryptic sentences. I know I often ask my students to show me their notes when they read an article, and I ask them to submit an annotation. Sometimes they'll write like, they'll say like Montero 1958, or let's say Montero 2010 has explored the relationship between cultural meanings and individual representation, period. So what did you gain from that? What do you know? What has the person said? So what are cultural representation? What are individual, you have to decode. So when you're writing for yourself, don't write cryptic sentences that later you won't know what I have written. Okay, you have to write very clear sentences so that you're not spending time going back to the original paper all the time. Write what is important of this paper and how is it connected to your research. Check the reference list or bibliography of the article that you're reading. And you need to make decisions whether you're doing paraphrasing or quotations. Okay, so that you're not mixing up, because when you paraphrase something and you don't take reference, then you can land up in trouble. You copy paste something and you don't take the reference down, you can get into trouble with plagiarism. So you need to be clear what you're writing in your notes. Do not paraphrase extensively, write concise notes, write your notes. So don't copy everything from the paper and create one more paper, which is a summary paper. So you read a 12-page article and then you're making an 8-page article summary. That won't work, right? Okay. Notes taking helps in building in a discipline of writing. It helps in recall, shape our understanding, and build our perspective on the issue. Okay. Okay. So I'll stop here so that things to do with academic writing and all I have spoken. So I'll stop here and we can have we have about half an hour. We can discuss. Stop sharing. And then in the afternoon, I can take you through issues to do with academic integrity and issues of plagiarism. Was it too rapid, Kiran, or was it okay?
It was beautiful, awesome, ma'am. And we have almost flooded chat box with compliments. They are thanking you for such an illustrative and beautiful and full of knowledge lecture. We really thank you for this. And you have given us a deep insight into the importance of academic writing, because in our very first session, our resource person, he shared some inside secret while assessing the research projects. And he said that many times the proposals are correct subject-wise, but many of them, they face rejections because of lack of convincing writing. So your lecture is really useful for us, the ones who are into research or who teach students also to write academically. Yeah. And your lecture has emphasized on being very precise, clear, and focused on whatever we want to convey, so that there are no confusions in interpretation from the other side or the reviewers to say. And we all know that even at UG level, we are here in a college. So here also, like, it has become a very important integral part, research, along with the theoretical aspects. So nowadays, it has become all the more important to understand the nitty-gritty things of the writing, academic writing thing. And we have some questions also. With your permission, I would like to take some of these questions.
Yeah.
Just
yeah. From my end, you can always plan another academic writing workshop.
Yes, definitely, ma'am. After listening to this, like, we want to know more.
Yeah.
Yes. We have one question. I've written down the name also. Let me just. We have one question from Suman Bhattacharya. Do perceptions affect our critical thinking abilities?
Yeah, perceptions, for example, we come from, let's say, middle class backgrounds, and probably many of you also are from upper caste backgrounds. So we do have a lot of perceptions about other groups, right? Other castes, other religions, about poor, etc. But it's very important for us to not allow those kind of beliefs that we tend to hear as we are socializing to color how we look at people, how to color how we understand what people are saying. Okay, that's why they say don't judge a book by the cover. So don't judge people by what you think from their background or their social positionality or where they are. So if you're a social scientist and you're looking at, let's say, experiences of schooling of children from low income backgrounds, you can't start with thinking that these people actually don't have any interest in education because government wants them to send their children to school. They take interest. If that's the kind of perception you have and you want to carry out research, then you're bound to not hear to what they are saying. Okay, so therefore your perceptions, if they are going to become very overweighing biases, that's going to really damage how you're going to do your study. Okay, so a lot depends on your alertness to your social position and your ability to reflect. That's called self-reflexiveness in social sciences. How do you reflect on what's your social position and whether that is the one that's coming in between this understanding of the reality? Okay, so that reflectiveness is very important.
Yes, yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Then there is a student, Sangya. She wants to know what are the mental exercises that a person needs to know to increase retention capacity after reading. Also, how can someone deal with FOMO in this fast-moving world?
This has to be your personal decision. If you think that, okay, you basically ask yourself whether FOMO is helping you achieve your goals in life. Okay, being FOMO can help you. Your friends think that you are a cool person, that you're always responding, you're liking people's photographs, or you're commenting saying awesome, beautiful and all, or you post something and you wait for them. You can always reflect on how much of this is going to be useful beyond a point. As a young person, definitely you have to be part of that community, but you can always say, is this going to help me do my exams better? Is it going to enable me to be a person who wants to achieve in life? If you think you're not getting the answer, then you should actually spend less time there. Okay, so you have to take a call on whether you think it's enabling you or not, because young people actually perform. This is a performance in the online public space. So that's a new public space. So you need to perform, but how much of that performance is going to really help is something you need to think about. In terms of, retention, if you pay attention to what you're reading and make notes, your retention is better. So very often when you write something, you retain better. When you read and don't do anything about it, it goes out of your mind very quickly. But let's say you're reading and then you're writing. This is an article published in Economic and Political Weekly. This author from so-and-so institution and with this kind of background has written this. These are the most important points. And you put down 10 bullets, look at 2 or 3 research papers that you want to read, then you remember it. Okay. But if you just read and then put that thing down and go back to watch your TV or do something else or get busy with your phone, you're not going to remember it. Okay. So if you distance yourself from this thinking that, I'm doing it because I have no option, from thinking that this is something I'm doing because I'm enjoying it, you will change your way your mind is working. Yeah. Thank you.
Ma'am, we have another question here. Whether personality development also plays a significant role in research. I think we can club this with like the overall personality, the perception, how you are writing and how you are perceiving the things, and then probably how you're even retaining the things and then reproducing them in their own words. So
Yeah.
does that?
See, what often happens is the word personality got so maligned as something to do with, good clothing, good looks, or presenting yourself well. As I said, hello, madam, thank you, madam. That becomes what is often seen as personality. But if you were to say a wholesome person, someone who is there, when we say, are you here? Are you at this point of time with what is going on? It means then you are working towards holding your mind to focusing on what you're doing. Okay. People often talk about multitasking. Okay. And they look at it as something that's brilliant. I can do 4 things. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Women do that. They keep cooking and they're also doing something. They're caring for their children. If there's no option, nobody's sharing, you bloody have to do multitasking. But if you're doing something like academic work and you get into multitasking, you are not anywhere. You're reading and you're doing emails. You're reading, you're checking your phone. At my age, I'm also like that little bit. So sometimes I tell myself, Lakshmi, no, put the data out, put the phone out, just 2 hours, don't do anything, do this, So you have to basically tell yourself, am I in the present? Okay, am I in the past or am I in the future? People who are in the past are always regretting. Oh, I should have done this better. If I had done that, I wouldn't have had to do this. That regret, they're always in the past. You can't do anything about it. Don't go into the past so much. They're always daydreaming. If I do this, will I get that scholarship? Can I go abroad? Will I meet the right person in my life? So they're always dreaming out there. So your past, you can't change. Your future, you can sow the seed now. Okay. So do well. So you actually sow a better future for yourself. So lot depends on how you can work on yourself to focus on what you're doing. And that's why I'm just saying that, people also think talking about yoga or talking about meditation is either old fashioned or is right wing. No, please. Yoga has been existing prior to all these political formations. And yoga has a great way of reorganizing your mind. So think, whatever may be your age, please see how you can, join an online yoga class or an offline yoga class and possibly a meditation class. You will find that your mind is much more calmer. It's not running all over the place and you're in a better position in terms of how you're thinking. But as I said, all these are external. Your ability to read, reflect, think, write, all these you need to develop also as part of reading and writing. Otherwise, as I said, yoga can also become like one more personality work.
Exactly.
It can only assist you. It can't change. It can't bring you new theories into your mind. It can only assist you in being focused in what you're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
Ma'am, Shailendra Jha wants to know, if truth writing is criticized by post-truth writings, how can one react?
You just keep to your job. Okay? Because post-truth writing can't stay. It's only truth-based writing that will stay. So post-truth gives a lot of challenges. But that's how we have to deal with that. We can't change our stance. Yeah.
Ma'am, here is a question from Ankit Kumar. He wants to know, sometimes we have good content in our minds, but when it's time to reflect it on paper, we can't do justice. So please explain how to improve the way conceptualization is to be done.
One has to write, and it's always good to have a mentor. Somebody who can read and give you feedback. And generally people who are in academics and who are already reading, writing, publishing, they are the ones who are better mentors. So as young people, you definitely need to look for mentors. The other thing you should do is, whenever you read papers and you're very impressed by that paper, keep it with you. Okay, and try and go back and read and say, why did you find it impressive? Okay, how did that paper get structured? What are the kind of arguments the person has given? And why did you think that really has made a big difference to you? And you can always use that as your template when you write. Okay, because you need a role model, right? So good research papers will be your role model that you would like to mimic that. Okay, so this is, as I said, it's a craft. It's not an art. It's not something that comes naturally. You know, somebody might be a poet, somebody might be a singer, but all these also require, especially singing and all, requires a lot of training, right? So academic writing also has to be part of a training. So when you do your term papers and all, make sure you're doing it the way you would write a paper and publish. Right. The same level of discipline and also patience.
Yeah. Purva Pilati, another participant, wants to know, ma'am, you have mentioned about information overload as a barrier in a digitalized world. Yeah. These days, a paradox of digital space is that we have rampant the dilemma to study more, and then this left us with less of time for academic writing.
Yeah, you know, you need to choose what you're going to read because there's so much that's out there. You know, all newspapers are newspapers. There are blogs, there are vlogs. Okay, there are YouTube videos, there are regular films. So you actually have a lot that's going on there. But essentially what is important is if you have clarity in your perspective, you know, you need to have clarity in perspective. For example, you know, I'm a feminist, right? So I have a feminist perspective. So anything that I see, anything that I read, you know, I have that lens that will come out and give me a sense of what I think about it. And then I also have sources that I look for to read what's being written about it. Okay. Right. So you need to develop a mooring. You know, you need to look for what is your, you know, comfort zone in terms of subject area, you know, and theoretical perspectives. And definitely be following those writings. Then you get a better sense of how to look at something new. See, all of you come from very different disciplines. So I'm not in a position to give examples for all disciplines. But social science as a feminist, the other day I've seen this film called Sir. Okay. And it's being actually promoted as a love story. And when I saw it itself, I was wondering, it seems to be actually talking only about class differences between the woman who is the protagonist, who is a domestic help, and then the young man who is the owner of that house. It seems to be posing a lot of class-related issues of their differences, but somewhere very, very, not so clear about the caste status of these differences and privileges that they have, etc. Then I found an interesting piece written in Feminist India on the web, where they actually talked about how, you know, Savarna directors making films often, you know, underplay caste status. And there are lots of caste related variations and privileges that these people have. And then the domestic helps, employer, who is the man, actually in the film holds her hand and kisses her. And then they said, actually, this is her, that's her workplace. And if she's being kissed by the person who employed her, that's actually workplace harassment. Okay. So how would I get this perspective? You know, I have a sense of what is sexual harassment. I know how domestic workers' context and situation is. And I also know how caste related privileges are often underplayed in society. So when I see a film, I have a different set of lens that comes in. I don't see it as a typical romantic story. Okay. So a lot depends on what is the perspective that you're carrying in your mind and how is it backed with a lot of theorizing and historical contextualization, not just a random thought from one particular person and you say, that's my perspective. So you have thoughts, right? In every discipline, you talk about thought. So it's political thought or economic thought or social thought. You need to look at which thought is part of your understanding. And that becomes your lens.
Ma'am, we have a few more questions. I hope we can take those also. Like, if you say, I can take up to 3 questions more.
Yeah, till 1 we can go on, no problem.
Okay. Ritu Rani wants to know, we did find so much paper on net related to our topic. Then from where can we get these papers? On Google, most of the papers are very old.
Very often what happens is whenever you want to do any academic writing, it's important to also look at academic journals. Okay, and if you're part of a university or you're part of a college, there are a lot of what are known as e-resources. Okay, and there are also search engines like Gestor, Project Muse, ProQuest, etc. So if you go and put your search words there, you will come across research papers. Now people have to make a distinction between not finding papers. Unless you're writing something on aliens and how do they use toilets, every topic is researched so much, it's impossible for you not to find. In fact, that's what I mean, overload. There's so much available, you'll often wonder what is new I'm going to write. You may not find a research paper saying that, well, I want to do research in Gandhinagar in Gujarat, and I want to look for papers on Gandhinagar. You may not get. So geographical specificity may not be available in literature, but themes are there, topics are there, perspectives are there. So you need to actually get a better clarity on what you're looking for before you start looking. So it's like, you want to look for a key that you have lost, okay? And if you're looking right under the light, but you didn't lose the key there, you lost it somewhere else. So you have to look there, right? So you need to have clarity on what you're looking for and where you have to look for what you want to look for, right? Then you will find stuff.
There's another question from Suman Bhattacharya. This is, what can be the importance of a research paper mainly based on secondary sources of data? What methodologies can be used for such paper?
Generally, secondary sources, there's a lot of statistical analysis that is done. So if you're using census data, you're using National Family Health Survey data, or even if you have a lot of the COVID data that's available across all the states, you use that and plot diagrams, plot graphs and all. There's so much analysis that you get out of that. Okay. Practically much of the economics research, is actually done with secondary data. A lot of demographic research is done with secondary data. Primary research is much more specific, let's say, to social scientists, sociologists, or people who work on women's issues. They do primary, where they go and collect data, etc. But for many disciplines, secondary data is the basis, and quantitative research, statistical analysis and quantitative research becomes the basis for doing analysis. Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am, there are 2 more questions, which I hope we can take that. Right. Language editing is a major concern for authors who are not from most of them are not from English-speaking areas. So as per your experience, can you suggest some English language editing softwares?
There's a app called Grammarly.
Yeah.
app.grammarly.com. For a large part of the time, they'll allow you to do freely. After a point, they'll say, can you subscribe? But that's a very important site. Whatever you write, one paragraph, if you go and paste it there, it will tell you all the mistakes that are there and gives you alternative suggestions and all that. Yeah. Now, what Grammarly does, it helps you with the language, but the text is still what you write, right? You need to know what you're writing, etc. But I would basically tell all of you that don't be discouraged about English, okay? Write, and then over a period of time, it will improve. Okay, and now also people who are very good in English also don't write well, because academic writing still is a different level of skill beyond just talking and writing what we do in school, like compositions and all that. So it has to be something that you sharpen over a period of time. So don't get too discouraged about language. It can still be rectified. Yeah.
Ma'am, one last question. Is meta discourse useful in writing?
Depends on what you're talking about. It's a big word you're throwing at me. because there is meta, depends on which subject it is, because you have what is called meta-analysis for quantitative data. You also have meta-qualitative analysis. I mean, you can say discourse analysis itself is meta. So saying meta discourse is really little.
Most probably, like there, the word linguistic materials.
Yeah.
Even I'm not very thorough with this content, but the question is this.
Yeah. Can you read the question again?
Is meta discourse useful in writing?
Yeah, of course. Depending on which discipline you are, obviously it exists and there must be some good reason why it's coming as a methodology.
For social sciences, maybe? Because
yeah. Philosophy, social sciences, critical theory, a lot of meta is done. Okay. So obviously these are very useful. So what is the big picture? Basically, meta is about the big picture. Primary studies and empirical papers are looking at one aspect, or let's say one study or one location, and there is a kind of geographical specificity to it. Meta is where you're pulling many such studies together and trying to understand what it is, or you're looking at a particular text and looking at what is the big picture story it's telling you. Okay, so meta discourse analysis. So these are very, very useful.
I hope the question what was intended is because your all answers, like everybody is answering answering to your answers, that they are satisfied, more than satisfied, and their queries are superbly answered, very excellently answered. Thank you so much, ma'am, for this.
Yeah.
And though there are so many, I think the entire audience wants to ask you one or the other thing, but somewhere we have to put a stop at this moment, and we can take up few more questions towards the end of your second session.
Yeah.
That is session 4 after lunch.
Yeah.
So
after my session, do you have any other speaker, or that's the end?
No, that is the last one. We had kept it that way so that you get the audience, they get maximum time to interact with you. They wanted to, there were people who wanted exclusively to have your lecture here on this workshop.
Sure.
So
we ask everyone to come back to the same channel all over again without getting lost.
Yes, ma'am. So for the because since we have all the audience here since 9 or 15 or probably 9 o'clock, so they need a break for some time. Yeah. So I can announce this lunch break for half an hour approximately.
Yeah.
So yeah. I hope we all will be back at sharp 1:30.
Yeah.
For the next session.
Fine.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks. So I can log out and log in again, right?
Yes, ma'am, you can do that, or if you want to you can just mute and switch off the video if you want it that way. It's up to you, your discretion. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah.
So all the participants can also take this half an hour break, and you may continue to be here, or you may rejoin sharp at 1:30. And I'll request you to join at 1:25 so that at least if there are some initial hiccups in joining, and if many of them are joining together, we may need a few minutes to do that. So if we can start rejoining by 1:25, it will be appreciated. Thank you. Welcome back to the most dreaded time, that is the after lunch slot, when all the tummies are full and attention is a little bit wavering. But fortunately, here we have a very enthusiastic lot of participants who were here even during the lunch break. They didn't even, and many started coming back 10 minutes before the scheduled time also. So that shows their enthusiasm and shows that they are so keen learner and they are so enthusiastic to learn something more new from our ma'am Lakshmi Lingam ma'am. So I will not come in between you and the learning that you're going to get from Professor Lakshmi Lingam. So ma'am, it's over to you.
Yeah, thank you. So, close to what we have done in the morning, the other, I just want to ask one question. I keep getting these things about people entering and waiting in the waiting room. Are you people managing it yourself?
Yes, ma'am, we are doing that. So you can
Because
ignore
it comes
that.
up on my screen and I'm wondering whether I'm supposed to admit them or not.
No, because you're also the host, co-host, so you'll be getting that information.
Okay.
But we are taking care of that.
Okay. Yeah, great. Right. So this part of the session, I'll basically be talking to you about academic integrity, and particularly with reference to any kind of writing, and therefore the need to understand what is plagiarism and also what are known as publication ethics. Okay, so I will share my screen and then share my PPT. Okay. Yeah, you're able to see this? Yeah. Okay, so this is titled Plagiarism, Ethics and Academic Integrity. And I'll basically walk you through. So in this, it's not morning, sorry. This session, what we'll be looking at is what is plagiarism, what are publication ethics, and also what are the different kinds of publications that are considered as ethical violations. Means there are different kinds of publications and they all have different kinds of terminologies. And I'll share that with you. And also authorship issues, like who can be considered as an author and what entails being an author. Okay, now true to the understanding of ethics, I have actually got some of these slides from a good friend, Sandhya Srinivasan, who is a consulting editor of Indian Journal of Medical Ethics. And she's a long-term journalist. And in fact, she prepared some of these slides for an online course that I have called Social Research Ethics. And she had done one session. And so I'm using some of her slides after taking necessary permissions from her. So what is important for us to ask is, what motivates academic writing? Okay, and as I mentioned in the morning, this is part of our participation in academic life. Academic writing is very much part of the work of an academician. And it's also an important ethical obligation, particularly when you do research and you're collecting data from communities. It's important that you also share these the findings of that research, with the academic community through journals, and also as much as it would be possible, to share it also with the community. Because very often people come and collect data from people and go away, and people have no idea what this data is that's been collected and where is it going and how is it being used. Okay, so one of the ethical principle also is about sharing your research findings with the community from whom you have collected data. And then it's also about critiquing existing knowledge and theory and comment on current debate. So again, as I mentioned in the morning, it's part of your conversations that you have with the academic community. Academic writing also contributes to public policy and public practice, especially in the field of social sciences. A lot of research that we do has direct policy relevance, and therefore writing and publishing contribute towards that kind of activity. Now, you would find, whether you are a student or you're a teacher or you're a researcher, very often that you're told that you have to follow the norms of plagiarism. And if you don't follow the norms, then you would either have a grade cut, or maybe you will get a 0 marks for your term paper. And if you're a researcher who is sent a plagiarized paper for publication, you can actually be blacklisted. Means that particular journal will say that, they are not going to allow you ever to publish in their journal. Okay. So it means there are a set of norms and you need to adhere to them. So the rules cover assignments, term papers, draft chapters, draft thesis, final dissertation, papers for publication. In fact, interestingly, what I notice is right from childhood, we are actually not encouraged to write on our own. Particularly a lot of state boards will give very high marks to students who reproduce answers as they are in the textbook. Okay, so anybody who reproduces the answer verbatim actually is given a 100% mark and an A grade or A+ grade or a O grade. And the ones who write on their own actually get much lower marks, because the teacher will say that, you have not been able to reproduce what is being there in the book. But when they come into college, undergrad degree, from then on, they are told that you have to write on your own and you cannot copy anything from any book. And many undergrad students find this extremely puzzling, because I know as a deputy director, when I was running TISS Hyderabad, we had a BA program, and then the first year BA students, after their first semester exams, many of them came crying, saying that they're actually merit students and they always got 100 on 100. And here actually they got a much lower mark for one of the courses or some of the courses. And they really wanted to know what was wrong. And this is basically what we tell everybody, but they don't pay attention. We say you can't write anything as it is from any source and produce it as your work. Okay, so you should have written in your own words, and you could give references to literature that you are looking at for your write-up. So this is the problem with our education system, and there's a big switch that young people have to make, and they often find it very difficult. There are softwares like Turnitin and Urkund, which are online softwares. Urkund is a free software. Turnitin, you need to pay for it. And usually institutions pay for this and take a license. And when students submit their assignments or dissertations, the institute person from the library or somebody actually runs the write-up through these softwares. And then the softwares actually give out a result to show what is the percentage of that write-up, which seems to be similar to other sources. Okay, so they call either originality index or it's called similarity index. Okay, so the originality index should be high and the similarity index should be low. Okay, so these softwares actually then tell the person who is looking at the assessment whether they can grade this assignment or actually give 0. So very often when I get assignments from students, I run the assignments through the software Turnitin. And if I get that they have very high levels of similarity index, and we keep the range between 20 to 30%, which is actually not very acceptable. Below 20 is better. If you say up to 30, it means 1/3 of the term paper is actually copied or looks quite similar to other sources. But to create some kind of possibility for people to pick up and learn, we keep it at 30%. Whereas dissertations, it's less than 10%. I mean, you can't have 1/3 of your dissertation plagiarized. So for dissertations, it is about 10%. So when students have anything beyond 30%, I actually mark them 0 and then ask them to redo their assignment. So now what I do is actually tell the students that I will not mark any assignment unless the student has already run the assignment through the plagiarism software and can submit a certificate showing that the similarity index is below 30%. So instead of giving a student 0 and asking them to rewrite, it is now left to them to get it checked. And if they find that the percentage is very high, they rework it and submit it with a lower percentage so they don't get penalized with a grade, like a failed grade or a supplementary grade on their grade sheet. So what is important is to find out what is plagiarism. Okay, so if you were to go by a definition, plagiarism is the use of others' published and unpublished ideas or words or other people's intellectual property without attribution or permission and presenting them as new and original rather than derived from an existing source. So if you pick up exactly somebody else's write-up and pick parts of it and put it in your write-up, you've neither used quotes, nor have you taken permission, nor are you giving citation, right? Then it is seen as plagiarism. Interestingly, in the fields of films and music, in fact, there's a lot of plagiarism. Nowadays, because filmmakers are aware that people will say, oh, this particular film is very much like that film in an Italian film or, you know, a French film. What many of the filmmakers do is they give a kind of, disclaimer saying, either they say this is completely original, or they say this has been inspired by an Italian movie and give the original film's name. Or they'll say this is a recreation of the idea presented in so and so film. But you find there are a lot of music, film musicians, you know, composers and directors who do a lot of lifting from other sources, right? And very often you're very happy with their tunes, but they never get any awards. Okay, so among the Hindi film musicians, or let's say directors, I think Preetham is one such person who produces amazing music, but apparently a lot of music is actually lifted from other sources. Now, in academic world, you can't really get away. Okay, you can't do that and then say that this is mine and I have come up with this original idea. Among films also nowadays, some of the people who have written the original, story or the original film script sometimes go to court saying that, this has been lifted. They have read the story and then that director has not taken, but has exactly made a film with the same story. So they go to courts and all that. So in academic world, in fact, a lot of journals will ask you to actually mention that this is not plagiarized. And before they publish, they also do a net check to see whether similar content is there in any other source. So the intent and effect of plagiarism is to mislead the reader as to the contributions of the plagiarizer. In the sense, when you publish something that's not original, not what you have written, it means you're misleading the reader to think that you're the original person who has thought that idea. Okay, so this applies whether the ideas or words are taken from abstracts, research grant applications, institutional review board applications, or unpublished or published manuscripts in any published or publication format, print or electronic. Okay, so it means this applies to many things. It's not just published papers. It could also be research grant applications. So if you have access to these, you know, you're sitting on a board where you're looking at research grant applications, and then there's one grant, one application or two applications where the grantee did not get the grant or the applicant did not get the grant, but you like the idea so much and you also have the proposal with you, you rework it and you publish a paper. Okay, so that also is plagiarism, right? So anything that you pick from somebody else and try to pass it off as your own is definitely a problem, right? So what and why is publication ethics? Is the basis of best practices to promote integrity in the publication process. The idea is to make sure that you display academic integrity and you don't try to pass off somebody else's work as your work, okay? So that the rights of authors, reviewers, editors, and publishers are respected. Because when a paper gets published in a journal, there are many more people who are working behind it, okay? So there's an author who's written the paper, there are reviewers who reviewed the paper and gave feedback, and the author reworks the paper, and then the editor gets the paper copy edited and publishes, okay? And you get a final paper in a journal, and you are picking up from there and writing a paper and want to pass it off as your own. It means you are undermining all the efforts that all those people have put, and then they have more claim over that content rather than you. So professionals, policymakers, and the public can make informed decisions, in the sense, when you publish something with a lot of authenticity, and then you actually have a lot of evidences to back up what you have done, then that can be the basis for a lot of planning and policy making, okay? For example, when you look at the entire pandemic situation, there's a lot of scientific research that is being done now, right? On issues to do with seropositivity, on issues to do with repeat infections, on the issue to do with who seems to be getting infections as opposed to whom. A lot of this research needs to be done with robust methodologies. And then when people write and publish, it becomes the basis for policy making. Okay, so if the Ministry of Health is thinking in terms of herd immunity, okay, they're not really looking at vaccinating everybody, and they're looking at herd immunity, whether your research in seropositivity can become the basis for that decision is then dependent on how robust is your research and how original is that research. If you are putting out based on talking to some 5 people, 10 people, but you actually fudge your numbers, then that is a problem. Okay, so a lot of the scientific journals will also ask for access to your data. Okay, they'll say, can you make your data accessible? And if you are not ready for your data to be given, then they may not even want to publish a paper, because they want to really know that you do have an authentic data set based on which you are actually written this paper and you want to publish it. Okay. Recently, we just got a paper that got accepted after almost 1 year of working with the journal. Reviewers kept giving us comments and we kept reworking the paper. And they did say that they want to look at whether we did the data anonymization properly, which means people who spoke to us, whether we have come up with fictitious names or we put out the original names. They also wanted to know, wanted to receive copies of our interview guide, and the schedules that we used for the study. And then they also asked for what was your coding strategy, so they do ask for lots of evidences to be confident that you have original data and you're not fudging. Okay, so all this basically comes under academic integrity, and publishers spend a lot of time and energy to make sure that only authentic material gets published. And therefore, there's a lot of scrutiny of researchers and what they're putting out as their findings, which largely are truth claims. So when you make a truth claim saying 40% said this and 80% said this kind of thing, they need to basically make sure that you actually have a robust data set. Supposing you've done only 10 people, and then you're saying 40% and 60%, but without revealing what is your N, what's your sample, then there's always a problem. Okay, so when you look at a lot of news coverage and they talk about percentages, exit polls say this, exit poll says that, very often they hire, of course, a large marketing team that does exit poll research. But supposing they are doing, what they'd say is deep stick, very quick kind of dirty work, then they may even just do 100 people, and that's not a big number. For a national level poll analysis, you can't have small numbers. You need to have a representative sample. So your sampling strategy and the numbers that you covered become very important. So it means publication ethics is also about the quality of your research and the integrity of your research to scientific principles. Okay, so you can't do bad research and write a good research paper and follow publication ethics, because the people who are looking at your paper are also looking at how did you arrive there, and how you arrived there. If it's not robust, then this paper won't go for publication. So plagiarism do's and don'ts. Okay, do give the source of all information and ideas, which means when you write your paper, you are giving citation. And if there is certain information which is indirectly important, you will give footnotes or you give endnotes. Do not copy and paste text and pass it off as your own. Okay, that's clearly plagiarism. And you often hear the word, don't do cut and paste. Yeah, people also do like PPTs, cut and paste. They do class presentations. Teachers do class presentations where they're copying and pasting things from some books. Yeah, that's all problematic. So when you tell students, don't plagiarize, but as a teacher, if you're picking up from other slides and not giving the source information, or you're copying and pasting things from books and not giving the source, that's not acceptable. Okay, so whatever you copy and paste on your PPT, please give the source or give the link as to from where you got that particular image. Even when you use images, you should try and give the sources. Let me finish this and I'll take your question, Dinanath. Do not quote the entire paragraph with source details. For example, sometimes people copy and paste and the author has citations in that paragraph and they copy it as it is and then they put it here. And those citations that are there inside the quotes don't show up in your references, right? So it means that's not really what you should quote. When you quote something, it should be something that really is like a key observation or a key finding. Copying text from another paper and giving citation is not the way you do citation. Okay, somebody says, you know, India is a country with varied languages and has this many states, that, this and all. And if you're writing, copying that entire paragraph and pasting it here, okay, it means you have taken the introduction of somebody else's paper or book, and then you're trying to give that as a citation. But actually what is useful is to look for what is there in that paper which you want to use. That should be a quotation. Okay, so make a distinction between what you use for citations and what you use as quotations. Do paraphrase the original information and ideas. And when you paraphrase also, you should still give citation. Okay, do use quotes, only the author's own words. Make the point too well to be paraphrased. Okay, so in the earlier slide, you've seen that there are these quotations, right? And they are so well said and they exactly convey everything that I would like to say. So instead of writing all this, I have taken these quotations and I have given the source. Okay, World Association of Medical Editors, Publication Ethics Policies for Medical Journals. It comes from this source, these quotations. Okay, so when you take a quotation, it means that is really the best way of conveying it, and you don't see any reason why you should write it all over again. So you're quoting it. Do acknowledge both primary and secondary sources. Okay, it means primary is sources from which you have collected, and secondary is sources from where something else has been collected by a primary person, right? All the sources, secondary, primary, data sets, whatever it is, you have to definitely acknowledge them. Yeah, so somebody has their hand up. Do you want to ask a question now? Dinanath had his hand up, right? Do you want to ask a question or shall I go ahead? Okay, I'm not hearing anything.
Yes, ma'am, you may.
Yeah.
Yeah, you may go ahead. We'll give sufficient time for the questions also towards the end.
Okay. Paraphrasing is not enough, in the sense sometimes when you rewrite somebody else's in your own language, why you use one word and place another word, you use Instead of making first sentence, you make it like third person, first person, you know. Sometimes that kind of reworking is also not considered to be okay. So paraphrasing multiple authors and stringing them together in an article without your original ideas, even if you have cited all the sources, is very, very, very close to plagiarism. Okay, is definitely bad writing, deserves immediate rejection. Okay, so it means you want to, so we also then make a distinction between writing an essay and writing a research paper. Okay, when you write a research paper, definitely you need to completely write things in your own way and also give all the citations and references. And then the paper should have some central argument. Okay, whereas when you write, students write essays, they are basically doing a descriptive note about something. It could be about, let's say, the pandemic, or it could be about migrants during the pandemic, or it could be about online schooling during the pandemic. So it could be like an essay with some information that's been drawn from other sources and references. Whereas what is it you are writing? What is it that you are saying about that? Then that's clearly a kind of research paper where you need to have an argument. Okay, minus an argument, just getting all your sources and writing it up cannot then be seen as a research paper. It's okay as an essay, as a term paper, but cannot be a paper that's of publishable worth. Okay, it's publishable. It has to be publishable. These things won't be qualifying as publishable papers. Okay, so this one, tips to avoid inadvertent plagiarism. How do you make sure that without realization, suddenly you have landed up plagiarizing something? Therefore, always indicate the source of all items in your notes. So in the morning, I was telling you about how do you make your notes when you read a paper. So when you make those notes, make sure that you're also taking down the references from where you are making those notes. And if you have taken some sentences exactly as the way they are from the original paper, put them within the quote and then write the page number down, so that when you're using those quotes, you are using them as a quote and not your text. Okay. Paraphrase the information and indicate this in your notes. Okay. Put direct quotes within quotes, start quote and end quote, so that you are clear which ones are quotes and which one are quotes within quotes. Highlight your own comments within square brackets. So when you're making your notes, you are writing your comments. There is, to avoid confusion between the comments made by the author and the comments made by you, you can always use square brackets and put your comments down. Always insert author, year, and page numbers in brackets in the text immediately after the sourced material. So whenever you source something and you make notes, don't miss your citation information. Insert sources in your notes and write from your first draft. So for example, you do your first draft and then you are saying, I will put all the citations towards the end and also figure out which quotes came from where. Actually, you will lose track and you might land up forgetting that it was not your original. Okay, so make sure that right from the first draft, you are putting your quotations and you are also putting your citations. Don't wait until you have finalized your paper. You might forget or you might not find the original reference later. Okay, so it's like you've forgotten from where you got, and then you say, okay, this is sounding fine. And then you send it away, and then the journal people will run the paper through, turn it in, and they find very high levels of plagiarism. They reject the paper. Okay, so don't wait till the end. Create a bibliography of all references as you read. So in anything you read, make your notes, make your bibliography, and you know which ones you're going to be using. Actually, there are online softwares for preparing bibliography and also for giving citation in papers. So you can familiarize yourself with them. Some of the most popular ones are EndNotes. There's something called Mendeley. There's also one called Zotero. Okay, so you can Google. There are lots of YouTube's videos about how to use them. Some of them are freeware, so you can always download and use them. So make sure you're using also softwares for taking care of your citations and preparing your bibliography. Now, this part of the presentation, I'll be talking to you about what are all the different kinds of publications, and what kind of titles they have, and how you need to be alert to that, okay? So that you don't land up in trouble when you write and publish. So one type of plagiarism is called self-plagiarism or text recycling. So it is like you have written a paper and you sent it for publication, and then you're writing another paper where some part of what you're writing in the second paper has, close proximity to the first paper. Then you might actually think, no, why do I have to write this all over again? This is my piece. So let me write this paragraph as is. So you take a paragraph from your published paper and use it in another paper, okay? You might also use a lot of the ideas also from the first paper, and you might say, okay, that paper went to a different journal. Now I'll send this to a different journal, okay? Now that's called self-plagiarism or text recycling, and that's also seen as an unethical practice, okay? So reusing some of your own text in another publication basically leads to an exaggeration of the amount of work you've done. So in the place of one paper, you're trying to put out two papers, so that exaggerates the amount of work you have done. And it also violates the copyright of the journal that published the original article. So you have one paper in one journal, and that journal has a copyright. And then some journals give the copyright to the author, some journals keep the copyright with them. And if without any permission, if you're just using it in another paper, you'll end up in trouble. So for example, you've done a conceptual map and you published a paper using that conceptual map. In another paper, when you're writing, if you're using the same conceptual map, but you just give the source, okay? That is not okay, because anytime when you're using tables, you're using graphs, you're using images from another source, you are supposed to write to that journal, either to the author or to the journal editor, asking for permission to reproduce it. Okay, so if you don't have permission to reproduce and you are putting it in this paper, obviously this journal will ask you, do you have permissions? Okay, so there are copyrights issues everywhere and you need to be alert to those issues. So instead of reusing text from earlier articles, refer to your previous articles or research. You can always refer to them rather than, copy pasting an entire paragraph. So you can always say something like, if I'm writing a paper in 21, I can always say Lingam 2020 had extensively covered the impact of COVID-19 on women's work participation. However, in this paper, this paper covers or goes beyond that and is covering something else. Okay, so you can build your arguments for the new paper using the old paper, but you can't take big chunks of that paper and reproduce it in this paper. Okay, so whenever you use old material, there has to be definitely a difference, and you need to show the progression of your work. How is your work progressing should be mapped out in the current paper that you are writing. So what we have done now is we looked at what is called as self-plagiarism, or what is also called as text recycling. There's another kind of publications that are called as redundant publication. So a paper that overlaps significantly with another previously published paper by the author. Okay, so somebody writes a paper and publishes, and then you will have somebody else writing to this author and saying, that's a very good paper, but we don't think we'll be able to get permission from that publisher. So can you write the same paper again? And then we want to publish it with a different title. Okay, so significantly the same kind of material that's been published. If you were to change your title, reorganize your paragraphs, write some new paragraphs, and then try to publish, that is called redundant publication. Okay, the same thing you're rehashing. And this could also violate copyright of the original publication. Okay, so authors, when making a submission, must indicate if similar articles have been published or are under consideration, and show how the submitted article is different. So very often when you're submitting a paper to journals, they do have a lot of scientific journals ask for whether the paper is being published after the author had taken ethical clearance for the research that he or she had done. Okay. For example, if I'm writing a paper on, let's say, adolescent sexuality, okay, and I have done research based on which I'm writing the paper. But let's say if I've done the research without any kind of ethical clearance, in the sense, I have not put my proposal to the Institute Ethics Board. Okay. And then now the journal is asking me, did you get ethical clearance? And if I have not, then I won't be able to publish. Okay. So nowadays, for a lot of research papers to be published, mandatorily they'll ask you, did you get ethical clearance for your research? Okay. And if you have not taken any ethical clearance and you're presenting primary data, I mean, this is not for secondary data. For primary data, if you have not taken ethical clearance for doing the research, when you're trying to publish that paper, you won't have the paper getting published, especially in reputed journals. Okay. So most of the journals therefore will also ask you, have you submitted a similar paper for review in any other journal? Okay. If I say yes, then they will ask me to submit that paper and also tell them how this paper does not overlap with that paper considerably. Okay. So you are supposed to actually give as part of the author's claims that this paper has not been published anywhere. And all of you know who do PhD, that when your thesis gets submitted for evaluation by external examiners, the guide and the student have to give in writing that this thesis has not been submitted anywhere else for a degree. Okay. Or the major part of this research has already not been reviewed by somebody else and has been given another certificate or degree, whatever, So that originality is such an important part of a lot of academic work. Okay. So authors, when making a submission, must indicate if similar articles have been published or are under consideration. Then the editor will take a call whether to allow this paper to be reviewed, or they will say you clear the other review. If you fail there, then we'll take up this paper for review. Okay. Then another interesting publication, plagiarized, or let's say type of publication, which is also seen as plagiarism, is called salami publication. Okay. Now salami is like almost the word for meat, You cut a meat into different pieces. So that's like salami. So salami publication. So multiple papers from one data set reporting on related elements without reference to each other. And this is really a very tricky area, because most of us who do research do see the value in publishing many papers. Okay, so I have a research scholar who got her degree in 2019, and she worked on public health insurance in Tamil Nadu. Okay, now she has a quantitative data set, she has a qualitative data set. She also has, review of literature done, systematic review of literature that's been done in order to carry out the research. So from that thesis, she could definitely publish 4 papers, okay, or even more, but at least 4 clear papers where the papers don't overlap on each other, right? For example, I take the qualitative data set, and if I publish one paper with one, so I do the study where I'm comparing, let's say, women who are living in middle-class localities and women who are living in, low-income slum localities, and I'm doing qualitative research on that. But if I take up the slice separately for the slum location and do a paper, and take a separate paper of only the middle-class women, and then I do another paper where I'm bringing all these 3 together, and a 4th paper which I do something else, though that becomes salami publication, okay? Because the design of the research was a comparative one, then it's important that if I want to write a separate paper for only one part of that, there needs to be a clarity as to why that has to be seen as a separate piece. So the definition here, and it's an interesting paper, you can always download this paper. The slicing of data from a single research process or gathered during a single study period into different pieces, creating individual manuscripts from each piece and publishing these to different journals or even the same journal. Okay, so that comes as salami publication. So this is a tightrope, okay, because you can't just say that, okay, with one research, we have only one paper. You are going to have more than one paper. But when you're doing multiple papers, there has to be clarity about how every paper is really a standalone paper and how no paper is actually showing only one part of the story. Okay. So for example, when you do the qual paper, you also talk about what did the quantitative data say based on which you did the qualitative research. When you do the quantitative paper, you also say what are the other elements that have been explored in the qualitative research. So there has to be a kind of connect that you make between each of the papers and also show how they are different from each other. So that's about the publications part. So when you're thinking about publishing, you can always reflect on whether your paper falls in any of those categories, okay? It should not fall, right? The idea of telling about them is these are all the traps that are there and you have to be careful not to do redundant publication, not to do salami publication, not to do text recycling, okay? So that's more to tell you what kind of publications exist and how to be cautious about them. There are also different kinds of authorships, okay? And many people who work in research labs, who work in academic institutions, who also work in scientific institutions, often run into a lot of trouble, where their boss will say that every time you write your paper, I have to be a co-author. Okay. Now, the question is how much has that boss contributed towards writing this research paper? Okay. Or there are some people who write a research paper and then they come and tell you that I want to give you co-authorship. Okay. And let's say you're a very well-known researcher and this person is your young colleague or probably your research scholar, whatever. You have actually not done anything much for writing the paper, but they would say that they want to put your name in that paper. And you are very happy to be getting a new paper from somebody else, so you'll agree, right? So these are all the different things, and I'll talk to you about, what are all those kind of publications, and then what are the pitfalls and what should one be careful of. When you seek an authorship, what should be the principles on the basis of which you seek authorship, okay? Authorship is a matter of both credit and accountability, okay? From a credit point of view, it means you have contributed significantly towards writing that paper, number one. Number two, whatever arguments that you're making there and whatever data is being presented there, you are accountable for the authenticity of that data, okay? Supposing the data is problematic or the data has come where as a second author, I don't know how did this person get the data, but I'm agreeable to rewrite the paper, write the paper along with the person. It means I'm also accountable to that data that is there in that paper. Tomorrow, if the journal pulls me up as an author, I can't say, no, I didn't, that data was not my part. I only wrote the analysis or I did only the data analysis. No. Once you are a co-author, it means you are responsible for every aspect of the paper. Okay, so it's about credit and it's also about accountability. To ensure that contributors who have made substantive intellectual contributions to a paper are given credit as authors, but also that contributors credited as authors understand their role in taking responsibility and being accountable for what is published. Okay, and this particularly is very, very, very important for medical and health sciences. Okay, because if the data is problematic, right? For example, somebody has taken, 1,000 samples for testing a particular hypothesis. But let's say they find something like 400 samples are faulty or 400 samples are inadequate on a particular parameter. And they remove all those 400, but keep giving analysis for 600 or give analysis for 1,000, then there is some kind of falsification that's happening. Okay, something is being misrepresented. There is something that's really, so why is it that out of 1000 samples, 400 have been found faulty and removed? Was there something going on there? Okay, for example, during the vaccine trials, people are asking, during the trial itself, how many volunteers stayed from the beginning to the end? Okay, if some volunteers did not come back for the second dose of the vaccine, then did you try locating them? Okay, were they alive or they were dead? Or they had some other new morbidities that they have got? Now, people who do that vaccine research and put out all that epidemiology data, if they don't put out that data, right, then it means the vaccine's efficacy is being judged on a very faulty data set, right? And based on which the vaccine also gets approval and it's being going to be used in the public domain. Then later people start having issues, problems. Then it means the vaccine has been cleared without actually looking at what kind of data misrepresentation has actually happened, right? So it means the robustness of the study, the robustness of the data set, all that is extremely important. So if somebody has published a paper and they have their name, and then people are now questioning their data set, if they say, no, I had no idea about that data, it won't work, because they have given their name. It means they are equally, quote unquote, accountable and culpable. Okay, so that's the level of responsibility that goes in scientific research. Social sciences research, somewhere still people can get away, because a lot of research is not moving at the level of policy implications. So who are authors? Okay, so who can qualify to be called an author, right? Number one principle or parameter is substantial contribution to the conception or design of the work, or the acquisition, analysis, or interpretation of data for the work. Okay, so a person is thoroughly involved in the entire course of that research, and also in the course of conceptualizing the writing of the research paper, and drafting the work or revising it critically for important intellectual content, and final approval of the version to be published. Means I cannot say I didn't see the final draft of the paper. I have to see every single draft if I'm a co-author. If I'm author, I have to be responsible for everything. And if I'm a co-author also, I have to be responsible for all aspects of the research. And agreement to be accountable for all aspects of the work in ensuring that questions related to the accuracy or integrity of any part of the work are appropriately investigated and resolved. Okay, so actually in India, there have been cases where some very senior scientists, had a research paper that was published along with some junior colleagues. And later that paper came up where the journal, somebody had contested the paper and said, this paper has a lot of content which is plagiarized. Okay. And then the senior scientist tried to get away saying, he was just kind enough to give his name, and he's not responsible for everything written there. Okay. But that person, obviously that scientist cannot be absolved, because the reason why the paper got published is because your name is there. You're a big scientist, therefore your name is there. And the younger scientist knows that if they have you as a co-author, they have greater chances of publishing. But they have fudged and you didn't know and you didn't pay attention, right? So it means whenever you give your name for co-authorship, there's always a risk that you are now standing up for someone whose work you're not really confident about, or you have not taken the trouble to check all facets of the research that they have done. Okay, so criteria for authorship is something that all of us have to be very alert to. As a young researcher, you have to be alert to whether you're giving co-authorship to your guide or to a professor or to the head of the department, while that person actually has not done anything much. I am a guide, and I take a lot of care to see that only for papers where I'm writing along with my research scholar and I'm responsible from A to Z, I give my co-authorship. Okay. One of my colleagues, no, one of my research scholars, she's almost my age, we wrote one paper. She wrote one paper along with all her co-researchers. And then I was the last co-author. Another paper she wrote single authored, and she gave me the second authorship. And this paper has been based on her long years of activist experience. Okay, and she used Paulo Freire's theory, and then she tried to write the paper, and she gave me co-authorship. After she submitted the paper, she told me, you know, I had given you also as a co-author. And obviously the journal also alerts me saying there's a submission with your name. Please agree or disagree. You know, if you're not a co-author, you can withdraw. So I had told her, look, I have nothing to do with this part of your work. I have not guided you. I have not written anything. So I'm not going to be your author, co-author. Okay. So later when the paper came with all the comments and it was being resubmitted, I actually wrote to the journal saying that I'm not a co-author. I fully respect the work that the scholar has done. And I also have read and given comments, but I don't want to have any claim over the authorship. Okay, and imagine it's an international journal. I would have got a free authorship, but I decided I should not be doing it because that's an unethical practice. But in a lot of institutions, this is a very slippery slope. The senior professor may not do much work, but would like to have his or her name with all the junior colleagues. Okay, and there are also some of the institutions where, you know, they will make a kind of a clique. 4 of them will make a group. So when I write a paper, I give the name of all the other 3. And when they write the papers, they also give me co-authorship, right? So this is again the new kind of unethical practices that are coming up, because within academic institutions, people are expected to publish, okay, for all their promotions, also for their rankings, for institutionals, NIRF ranking, all that. They want to actually show that they have many publications, right? So this is also a new practice that's coming up, where people also, many journals also ask you to pay money for processing the publication. Now these are reputed journals, but they do have processing fee, okay? So what people do is they form a group of 4 and then they pool money and they publish the paper. Okay, with all these iterations of authorships, and actually they're all very problematic. Okay, so who are the people who can claim authorship? Very much linked to the last slide. Somebody who thoroughly understands the argument of the paper, agree with the argument and its conclusions, at least at the level of a consensus among the authors, and have been substantially involved in writing with the article. These are the ones who can be called an author. Right? It's not enough to be a good reader and give comments. It's not enough to just say, this is my idea, you write a paper and I get a co-authorship. No, they have to be involved in all the stages of that research paper. Again, this has been part of the best practices guidelines. And there is a URL here. You can copy and paste and then look at that. Okay, then what contributions cannot claim authorship? Okay, who are the people and what kind of contributions where you cannot claim authorship? Okay, so if I were to mentor a student or a junior colleague who writes the paper, okay, so I do have colleagues who write papers and send it to me for my feedback. So if I give feedback, I can't claim authorship. Okay, I might guide my master's degree student or a MPhil student. Automatically, I can't claim authorship unless I am also writing. And as I said in the earlier 3, you should be part of the argument, you need to know the data, you need to write, you need to be involved in all the stages of that writing. Okay, so reading and commenting upon a draft paper conceived and written by someone else will not qualify you to get authorship. Obtain funding to support the work. Supposing you have got funding for the work, doesn't mean you can get authorship. Then functioning as the head of the academic unit in which the work was produced. So if there is very important work done in your lab and you have not done anything, but you want co-authorship, yeah, that's a problem. But there are many institutions that this happens routinely. The head of the department will say that my name has to be part of the paper. Otherwise, I won't allow you to process the paper. So the kinds of authorships that often come up, this is called the gift authorship, where the head of the department or the professor, senior most, whoever it is, will ask for a co-authorship, and you are supposed to give co-authorship. Okay, and that's called gift authorship. So you're gifting the person an authorship. Then there's something called ghost authorship. Okay, often coercion by senior to take credit for a junior's work and seek gift authorship. Sometimes quid pro quo to get a paper published. Okay, so a senior might say that, I'll process your paper for an international conference only if you give co-authorship to me. Okay, so the younger author writes the paper and has the head of the department as the co-author. Then that person's application is being processed for funding to go to attend the conference. Okay, so that's quid pro quo, means you do something for me, I'll do something for you kind of thing. So authorships are also bartered like that. You barter it for the power that you have. Risk to the beneficiary. If a paper is found to be plagiarized, it's going to be a risk to the person who actually gets the gift authorship. Okay, as I told you earlier, the senior scientist ran into trouble. Okay, so an eminent gift author gives the article more credibility. That is, my junior colleague, if they say, please give your name and then send the paper for publication, it means because it's carrying the weight of a senior professor, some papers get published. Okay, so that's really not right, because the paper otherwise probably wouldn't have been processed at all on its own merit. Because there is a senior man or woman's name linked to the paper, it gets published. So gift authorship is a problematic issue. Ghost authorship is one where a junior may have written an entire paper, or a research scholar may have written for the professor. So you do have that. Sometimes you find, it also happens, many vice chancellors, they don't get time to write when they have to give a keynote address, or, they're expected to contribute to some book because some proceedings are going to come out. And vice chancellors won't know all subject matters, so they will ask somebody to write their speech. Okay, so it may also be that they write a paper, somebody writes a paper and then they go and present it as if it's their own. Okay, so that is ghost authorship. So there is somebody else, not the person who is presenting is not the actual author. So there is a ghost authorship. You also have paid authorship. In fact, it's so routine in engineering college and some of the management, private management schools, etc., where outside educational institutions, there are many, shops. Like you have Xerox, you have printing, you can get your report spiral bound, you can get it laminated, etc. They will also have people who can write your assignments. Okay, so paid services. I know several times I got emails where people wrote saying that they can write papers of high quality, they can do assignments, they can do dissertations, and then they give names of institutions that have taken their services. So they also put names like TISS, and you'll say, my God, how come somebody from TISS must have got this done, or they're just throwing the name of institutions? You don't know. So there are paid services to do project reports, to publish, to write entire journal as if somebody has gone to the field. So there's a lot of, cheating, quote unquote, that happens, right? So they're paid services. So somebody else writes the paper, you don't write the paper. So these are all the different kinds of unethical practices in authorship. Okay, gift, ghost, and paid. All these are ethical practices and come under violation of publication ethics. So these are unethical practices, okay? Not ethical practices, they are unethical practices that come as violation. So the summary is, advice to all authors is, follow guidelines for good original writing, give credit where it is due. When collaborating with colleagues, clarify your respective roles as author or contributor so that people don't fight later on saying, I did, but I didn't get credit, or I should have got credit. or people write a paper and then they go to the head of the department fighting who has written what, right? So it's always good to have a prior understanding about how you're going to contribute to the paper and what's your understanding, and also what is the sequence of the names. You know, sequence of names for publication is very important, because first author is first author, second, third. Invariably, when research scholars publish, the guide's name should be the last, not the first. Many places, the guides put their name first, but you know, the younger scholar, the research scholar is supposed to have a career based on this particular research, and they have to have their first authorship, not you. Okay, so many guides don't pay attention to that. They try to put their name first. Okay, so clarity about whose name and what should be the sequence, all these need to be sorted out ahead of time. When submitting, reviewing, and deciding on an article, declare conflicts of interest. Very often, many of the scientific journals will actually say that you need to declare your conflict of interest. Conflict of interest is, supposing, I'm doing research where I'm looking at, for example, I'm looking at a particular old age home that has been set up by Reliance Foundation, for example. Okay. And I get funding from Reliance Foundation to do the research, right? And then I'm writing a paper and publishing it. There is a conflict of interest because the funders would like to hear good things about them. Okay. They would like to hear that the home that they are running is really doing well. So when you take funding from them, your ability to write a report autonomously, where you're very honest about what you have found, gets compromised. Okay, so in the scientific research, if research is being funded by pharma companies, then there's a conflict of interest. So researchers are asked to divulge if there is any conflict of interest. Okay, supposing I'm also, let's say, reviewing articles submitted to journals, which I do. Okay, I'm a reviewer for many journals. For example, I'm a reviewer of a journal, and a paper comes to me for review. Okay, and I know the author. Usually authors' names are blindfolded. Okay, they don't, you don't get to know the authors. It gets blindfolded. The author's name is removed from the paper when it comes to review. But let's say the entire paper and the observations, everything is something that I read and I know this very well. I know this person very well. I am supposed to tell the editor that I cannot review this paper because there is a conflict of interest. Okay, which means my autonomy is compromised. So please don't have me reviewing this paper. Okay. Similarly, for example, I am on the admissions of TISS. Okay. And then I have my son or daughter taking the admissions this year. Then I need to let my institute know that my child is taking the national entrance exam and also is going to be, if qualified, come for the personal interview. So I'll have to let the institute know that they have to absolve me. Means they have to remove me out of any admission work. Otherwise, there is a conflict of interest, right? I am likely to know many of the inside information. Okay, like who is setting the question paper or who is going to be correcting the papers, right? So I have I'm privy to a lot of information which other candidates don't have. So my child has a greater advantage, right? So I'm not supposed to be on that admission panel. So that is the kind of conflict of interest. So when you want to publish a paper, you should never take funding from an agency that would actually have a reason why they want to fund, because they really want to know what you're going to say, and they want to also, and they also want to, I just jumped out. Okay, and they also want to dictate how that paper is going to be showing up. There are interesting resources like the ICM, which is the Medical Journal of Ethics. They have their own set of publication ethics. Then for more information, you can click here, which is one of the university's own information for their students. All these resources you can look at for more information on plagiarism. Okay, so I'll stop here and we can discuss. So you seem to be having lots of questions, right?
Yeah, the chat box is full of like good words for your presentation, and they are really thankful for such an informative lecture. And because every academician is in one way or the other way into the academic writing, and plagiarism and ethical issues attached to that, they definitely are one important concern, and everybody would like to know the inside out about this, like what is ethical, what is unethical. So thank you once again for highlighting the importance of adhering to the ethical norms in research, and emphasizing on like how to avoid the errors, how to avoid data fabrication and falsification. We all understand that ethical standards ensure high quality in publication, and they also like ensure public trust in whatever we are writing.
Yes.
So on this note, I will again, taking permission from you, will take up questions. We have many questions in the chat box, and I have taken some snapshots in between of the questions because these were so many. It was I thought that probably I may miss out on some questions. So just give me a minute so that I can get back to my gallery and see these questions. Yes. Interestingly, like we have one question from, okay, I can take up this. Yes. Again, we have a very active participant here, Sumon Bhattacharya ji, and in the previous session also we had several questions, and that really makes us also feel good that like they are into the lecture very much. Like, so what laws are there for plagiarism? This is what is the question. What laws are there for plagiarism? Is it copyright law? But what about the unpublished works, madam, as it can be easily plagiarized? This unpublished.
So, okay. Right. So actually, you know, within academic institutions, now it's part of the code of conduct. Okay, for research, for students, whether they are coming into regular degree, master's programs, or they're coming for PhD, it's part of the code of conduct where they're told that you cannot plagiarize, and there will be workshops to actually strengthen your academic writing skills. See, basically, when there is a deficit in writing, then you want to come up with shortcuts, and that's how you actually start looking for other material and then copy pasting it into your document and say that it's your write-up, or you're looking at it as your term paper, etc. So it's part of the best practice in organizations when they put in place guidelines and also have necessary workshops to improve and strengthen people's writing. Okay, once people write well and they're strong and they also know all the various rules and guidelines, then they will adhere to it. Now, in terms of laws, yeah, copyright and intellectual, all these are much broader. For example, if you have a book, and you know those cases have come up also in Delhi, students tend to photocopy an entire book, okay, cover to cover. So actually, as per the intellectual property rights, that is a kind of taking away of somebody else's work, because there what happens is, in the place of buying a book, you're photocopying it. So at a very cheap rate, you're getting the book. And therefore, the author does not get any royalties, and the publishers don't get enough money because their book is being circulated. Of course, the issue is the chicken and egg. These publications are so expensive. They are in dollars and they are in euros, and they're not accessible to everybody. So therefore, people want to find shortcuts to be able to photocopy. So invariably, then what people do is they photocopy only some pages and not all pages. Or in fact, there are many sites where you actually get soft copy of the entire book and you can download the book. So it's quite a controversy whether intellectual property should be necessarily privatized. Okay, so there are groups that also talk about copy left. Okay, and they actually write feel free to copy right and left or left and right, but they say you acknowledge us. So you have what is called on the internet Creative Commons. Okay, so when people make films or they write something and put up, they'll say that this material is part of the Creative Commons. So you are free to use the images and you're free to use the content, but you need to acknowledge it. See, even when you go to Google and you see at images, there are settings where it says, when you look at an image and want to copy, it will say the image may be copyrighted, so be aware. Okay, so when you're looking for images, what you need to do is put a setting where it says that you don't need permission. Okay, and that you can also, if you want, I can actually show that. Many people don't even know. We just copy images and stick it into our PPT or maybe use it in publications, but actually we are supposed to take permissions for that. Yeah, there are some organizations where they sell you stock, they sell you photographs, they sell you images. But there are some people who post images and they say you can use it as part of Creative Commons. So in terms of the legal stipulations, those are there. But at an academic institution level, we basically have what is called as part of code of conduct. For example, sexual harassment is also part of the code of conduct, which is also part of the larger law called POSH, Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act, that is there. But at the university levels, it's all about having Institute Complaints Committee, having the Sexual Harassment Committee, having members, having information displayed, etc. So that is how it moves from a larger legal concern to an everyday practice, which is considered to be as per the norms that are set. Okay. For example, when you walk on the road, if there is an understanding that you should always walk on the left, you should not drive when there is a red light, etc. Very similar kind of principles you have in academic institutions about plagiarism related rules and stipulations. So essentially then you need to be alert to these. And typically, when you submit a paper for publication, and if it's a very plagiarized piece, they actually blacklist you. They'll tell you, we won't entertain your papers ever in our journal. Okay. In fact, data falsification and publishing of a paper can go to an extent where people can lose their jobs. People get suspended from their jobs. People's academic admissions can be revoked. I did my PhD from IIT Bombay, and I know one of our younger friends from BTech. She worked in the lab and then she produced some results, and the results were seen as so phenomenal that it got published in international journal along with her guide. And based on that, she also got admission for her PhD in the United States. Later, somebody tried to replicate this with the same parameters in the lab, and they never got the same results. Okay. So then they contested that paper published in a journal asking for more information. And then there were more iterations, and it became evident that this student had actually fudged her data. Okay. So her PhD admission was revoked and she had to return to India. Okay. So in scientific research particularly, this can become an extremely hazardous issue which can compromise your career. Okay. Therefore, there's a lot of seriousness, and scholars have to take it up seriously. They can't say, I don't care. And I know people also say, what is research all about? What is PhD research? It is nothing but you have to research somebody else's work and make it your search. All kinds of crap like that people say. Yeah. But there's no shortcut for hard work. You need to do your job to get your degree.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shalu Jamwal wants to know, like, if one paper is in process of publication and the next paper is already submitted with some other content, which has content from the previous paper also. So is that also going to create some problem?
Yeah. So it comes under redundant publication.
Redundant.
There's self-plagiarism, no?
Okay.
So you are not supposed to actually submit. In fact, the other things I would also like to tell most of the people know now is, UGC has on its website called UGC Care, a list of all the journals that it says it has recognized. Of course, at initial stages, a lot of very bad journal titles also were there, but now they managed to weed out. So if you want to publish a paper, please check whether it's there in that list. Okay. So what UGC says is you either publish in the list that we have put out, or there is a schedule 2, which is all journals that are under Scopus Index. Yeah. We accept that also. Okay. So you should, here is a conference, and in the next 1 week, you're going to get a paper published in a journal with an ISBN number. Please don't fall for that, because it's very much like the Nigerian scam. Every day you get those emails like, I am a widow, I have this much of wealth, I found you as the best person, give me your bank account and I'll transfer. Yeah, exactly. Why would somebody give you? Your own parents may not give you, your children may not want your property. Why should somebody give you, right? So it should actually alert you that there's something wrong there. So nowadays there is something coming from Sri Lanka. Okay, it sounds very authentic, but it's international conference, sustainable development, every known name, climate change, gender, everything. It comes from Sri Lanka, and then they'll say that your paper gets accepted, you will get visa, your paper will be published in international journal, all that. Please don't fall for that. Okay, because I know a colleague of mine submitted her thesis on bonded labor, and in the next 1 week she had this email about a conference on slavery, and she thought maybe they knew that she published, she submitted. But interestingly, there they were saying, first you have to book your hotel room. It's somewhere abroad, right? You have to book your hotel room. She said, well, first tell me whether my abstract is accepted or not, and then I need to find funding to travel. Why would I want to book the hotel room? They said, no, if you book the hotel room, then your abstract will be accepted. But actually, when you want to book the hotel room, you will put your bank details, your credit card details. They are going to take out all of that, and you will know that money from your bank or your credit card is now being used somewhere else, right? So then she stopped there and talked to me. I told her, don't fall for anything that looks too easy. Something that's looking very easy, please be suspicious about it, because life is not easy. You have to work hard to get things, Somebody tells you, register your name, give me your Aadhaar card, and then I'll get you a job tomorrow. Don't fall for that, because jobs are not easy. How can they come like that, right? So lottery mil jayega, bilkul don't agree to those things. So it's like that. So there are lots of what are known as, what are they known? There's some word for that. They are actually predatory journals. Okay, so they are predatory journals. So don't publish in predatory journals, because when you apply for jobs, you will not get any API score for these journals. Okay, and you won't be considered for promotions, and also always look for journals that are, of repute, which have peer review and that are going to take time. You may opt for journals that are not asking you for money, because many journals also ask you for money, though they are journals of repute.
Right.
Okay.
We have many questions which are related to like self-work being replicated in parts in other subsequent publications. So Abu Libda is asking, like, is self-citation, she's asking about self-citation because self-work is being cited there again. So is it really bad in all circumstances?
See, self-citation, wherever it's relevant, it's fine. But let's say you produce another paper where out of the 15 references, 10 are your own papers. Yeah. That is not acceptable. You might say that this is a work that I have done on school children, and part of the research where I'm looking at, let's say, scholastic performance is being published in this journal, and you say that, and now you're talking about some other aspect of that particular research. That is fine. Okay. Yes. So you need to be clear about. So in fact, those journal articles, I can maybe share this PPT and people can look at all those resources and check that out so that they're very clear. I'll share the PPT.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Many are even asking like whether they can get access to your PPT because there are so many information and some citations are also there, or some links are there which can be referred to.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll share that in
Dr. Ashish,
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry for interruption.
No, what I'm saying is there are also two sites where you can also look for all the journals under that subject matter. You know, people, I know also students and colleagues ask, where should I publish this paper?
Yes, this is first query when somebody starts writing. Yes, exactly. Thank you so much.
So in fact, that's why I would suggest you should definitely decide on what you want to write. But it'll always be good for you to think about what are the journals that you would like to write to. Okay. Some of the papers where you are reading papers from particular journals, you might want to actually consider those journals for your publication. Okay. So then you're writing the paper also using their manual style. For example, if they're saying that you should use an APA or you should use Chicago or whatever they are suggesting that you should use. So right from the beginning, you write your paper using that style, you know, and then you have to also make reference to articles in that journal so that that journal will be happy to actually look at your paper. Because I told you this about different rooms where people are talking. So when you want to enter there, you should at least say person A and person B already said this, and now I'm saying something else. But if you are going into this room, but you're only referring to room number B, they'll say, go to room number B. Why do you want to come to room number A? Okay. So it'll always be good to look at journals, think about what kind of style they have, what kind of papers are getting published, and how do you have something very clearly from your research that makes a difference. Structure your paper right from the beginning using that style.
Dr. Ashish Barrier is asking, like, our own PhD dissertation work, can it be reproduced in journal? Does it qualify as plagiarism?
No. Because you need to actually, whatever you do as your PhD, actually sits in your university. Of course, UGC also has a stipulation that you need to send a copy of your dissertation to InflibNet. Okay, so there is Shodh Ganga. So practically entire dissertation from page 1 to end of the this research, the entire thesis is in Shodh Ganga. Okay, you can Google and get chapter wise, you can look at them. But only if you publish, you get visibility for the work that you have done. And it's also part of your academic commitment to put out the findings of your research, which is very original, in the public domain. So you have to write and publish. In fact, UGC also stipulates that you publish 2 papers before you submit your thesis.
Right.
Okay. So maybe your review of literature will be 1 paper, and then substantive aspects of your research at least can be 1 paper, and then you submit your thesis, and then you can write 1 or 2 more papers based on your thesis.
There are a few questions on review articles. Like, ma'am, please tell about plagiarism in review articles. So how can you because there we are going to quote n number of articles, and then you are going to write a story building upon what they have given us. How we can prevent plagiarizing that?
Yeah, in fact, when you write review papers, you are actually drawing from all those papers that have been published, but definitely you are giving a perspective to that. Okay, so it doesn't come under plagiarism at all. But let's say if I were to put quotations from number of studies and say that's my paper, the journals won't even publish it. So don't even worry. As I'm telling you, nowadays all journals, majority of journals, or at least the indexed ones, have blindfolded peer review. Okay, and then even after you get comments, you have to again put it back to the reviewers again. So you might go through 3 or 4 reviews, So there's no scope for plagiarism because it gets completely checked top to bottom. I can share one of my papers which is based on review of literature, so people can see how it's written.
Thank you, ma'am. We would like to have that link also. Okay, Dr. Monica Gulati wants to know, like, what to do of plagiarism when one quotes sections of law and level of similarity is high, as sections of law are going to be same.
Yeah, you're giving quotation there. See, there you put it in quotes, And then you are also having a lot of discussion. So that becomes your reference point. Okay, so that doesn't come under plagiarism. So very often when anything is written and it's put through Turnitin or Urkund, there are filters. So in the filters, the person who's doing the checking will say nothing within the quotes is going to be checked. Okay, so it lets off quotes. It also lets off references. Okay, and then it only takes the text which is outside the quotations. Okay, but what it does is it will also say when I get a report, sometimes I'll get a report which says only 15% of similarity is there. However, 70% of the paper has quotations, and that's an alert to the teacher. Okay, because you can't have a paper 70% of it which is within the quotes. So rightfully you have quoted, but what is it that you have written if 70% of your paper is in quotes?
So is there any percentage also, like defined percentage, like how much can be the quotation and how much is to be the original?
A quotation definitely can't cross 10-20%, you know.
Okay.
If you have plagiarism or similarity coming to 15 or around 20%, and another 10% you have quotations. Rest of the paper should be what you are writing. You can't have a lot of quotation. There is no benchmark, okay? But then the teachers will have a sense, guides should have a sense to see how they look at things as problematic or okay, which can be passed off.
Dr. Neetu Rani wants to know, like, do the parameters to check plagiarism vary subject-wise? Like in mathematics, there are so many symbols or equations that are to be used in a specific research area.
See, when anything is being put through plagiarism, now obviously people who are doing a plagiarism check for mathematics or science, etc., those all will be filtered. Okay, they're looking at your text and arguments, whether that is being lifted from somewhere.
There's another question, like if an institute doesn't have Turnitin subscribed, then how much Urkund or the free software is reliable to check an article, plagiarism in the article?
Quite reliable. Urkund is very reliable.
Okay.
You can download and keep it on your computer and use. In fact, there are also online softwares. You know, if you say online plagiarism check, they have checkers, but they accept like 1,000 words at a time, 2,000. So you can do three patches, you know. But what happens is the moment you do the third patch, it will say, now you register. Okay. Or it will say, give your credit card details, kind of thing. So it's better to then download something like Urkund, which you can do it yourself.
Ma'am, I have one query that, like, suppose I check my article's plagiarism in any software, and when the final reviewers are again checking it, is that the matter that I am putting in the software registered, or like, will it again, or because when the reviewers are checking, it will be the second time it is put in some software. So will it show some plagiarism? Or
in fact, it depends, you know. For example, whenever our students' material is being run through plagiarism, we do see that it talks about term papers written by various students in other universities. Okay, but what happens is, supposing they have picked up from some unpublished source, but that is now sitting in the mind space of Turnitin, it will show up. Okay, so but then it does look like there is some source. You know, definitely journals have a way of sifting through all that. You know, I don't know how they sort that out, but they will look at who are the other people who have been, whether your name is coming up many times.
Okay, they'll get to know that whether I was the person who first put it in some software to check the reliability or to check the similarity index. So that may not be a problem then.
Yeah, see what happens is, for example, I recently came across, you know, I have my papers on academia and also ResearchGate. I think people are asking me. You can actually go to, I'll just write here once again, academia.edu and also ResearchGate. Okay. So you can search for me and my papers there and download them, etc. Now, what academia does is, because it wants me to subscribe to their services, it keeps telling me every time my name is referred to by some paper. Okay, so it says, we found L. Lingam in a recent paper. So they gave out the title of the paper and they said, this is on gender and migration. So I saw the person's name and also the title of the paper. So I Googled for it and I found it was on academia. And when I opened it, it's actually a PhD thesis of one of our students. She submitted in 2019 and she uploaded her entire dissertation on academia. Okay. Then I wrote to her guide saying that, I think you should tell her not to upload her entire dissertation. Because generally what happens is when you upload your paper and then you submit a paper for publication to a journal, they will say there is nothing original about your paper because it's already in the public domain. Your dissertation is already in the public domain. So there's nothing original that we can publish now. So your own paper can become an enemy. Your dissertation can be an enemy for your efforts to publish. So you should make sure that you don't on your own upload your draft papers, your unpublished papers, because you're simply, frustrated that you're not able to publish and you want citations. You want people to cite your work, right? So that's the reason why whenever people write good research reports, they actually say, don't put the research report in the public domain. Why don't you write research papers and publish? See, for NGOs, it doesn't matter. Not all of them publish papers. So what they do is they always put out their reports on their website or on academia, etc., because they also have an advocacy requirement, right? Clearly, they want to have advocacy, disseminate their work, etc. As academicians, we also are interested in that, but then we are also expected to publish, right? So a lot of our API scores and our promotions are linked to how many papers we have. So if you do a research study and put out the report on the web on one of the sites, then what are you going to publish then? Because everything, some 300 pages report is sitting there. Journals will say, what is original? It's all there. Everybody's already reporting and citing. So be aware of that. Unpublished papers, if you are very happy to rework them, don't put them up on any site. So somebody also said, I go to a conference and within a week they want the paper. So don't give your paper. Tell them that you want to publish in a journal, not in a conference proceeding. Okay.
But does the conference proceeding come under predatory journal? I think these are two different things, but probably
they don't come under predatory journal, but they have no impact.
Yeah. Okay.
So when your NIRF ranking and then your API scores are linked to your impact, conference proceedings get very low value. Okay. So the person who has published that conference proceedings as a book, they have a better chance because they have published a book, edited volume. They'll only say it's an edited volume. So it's good for their career, not your career.
Okay.
But if they're planning to bring it out through a known publisher, Sage, Routledge, Orient Black Swan, Zuban, whatever, then it's okay. But not on their own. वो neighborhood का एक Xerox machine में जाके print करते हैं, अच्छा सा cover डालते हैं, they get an ISBN number. That's of no use, So don't publish your conference papers, because what happens is they don't do a thorough study of your abstract. All abstracts get accepted. These days, as part of the NAC accreditation, colleges are supposed to have conferences. So they will say, we are holding an international conference. तो एक बंदा आएगा नेपाल से या बांग्लादेश से, तो वो international conference है. Okay, and everybody's abstract is accepted, and then they have conference proceedings. So the university, college can say that under the NAC they have done an international conference, but the rigors of choosing right papers has not been done. So if you have your paper there, but it's of very high quality, I would suggest you work hard and publish it in a journal. Don't give it to them.
Your international level, this thing gave me an idea to introduce you. In our national level workshop, we have an international participant here, Krishna Kaushik from University of Pécs, Hungary. He also has posted one question. He's accessing your lecture, ma'am, through YouTube live streaming. He's saying, I'm a last year PhD candidate in Hungary. I have finished my scholarship duration. Now I am looking for assistance in publishing fee, that is article processing charges more precisely. Any suggestion or recommendation would be more than a welcome.
Recommendation for what? For getting funding to publish a paper?
I don't know. He is asking, I'm looking for assistance in publishing fees. So article processing charges.
That's the reason why I think you need to look for journals that don't charge. You know,
yes.
Actually, for many of us, this is really a very, what do you call, difficult thing, because we all come from the so-called global south. You know, we don't have that kind of salaries and, you know, pay money for getting our papers published. But what happens is, when we publish papers in very reputed journals, there is a paywall. So if you send a link to somebody and say, please, I have published a paper, go and download it, they'll actually say you pay this much money to download this paper. Okay. Now nobody downloads the paper, for example, or let's say very few people download the paper. Then that paper doesn't get cited much. Okay. Whereas my contemporary from UK or United States, etc., as part of their research projects, they put money for dissemination. And they use that money for processing fees for international journals. And then they have open access papers. So when you look at, you know, the journal sites where you get access to a paper, they'll have a lock which is open, you know, and that's an open access paper, which means you can download the entire PDF. But you will have papers which have a lock. There you have to pay to download the paper. Okay, so there are actually interesting sites which are again like, you know, the way the Xerox scandal came up and went to court in India. Similarly, there are these things, this particular scheme. I think it's just check the thing, but there is this particular site where actually if you click and go to that site, okay, what they ask for is the DOI number, which means all papers that are published nowadays have a digital online indicator, DOI. Okay. So once it gets a DOI, it will remain on the internet space. And that is its Aadhaar card number. It's like an Aadhaar card number for your paper. So if you put the DOI number, you click on any paper, it will show you the DOI number. You copy paste the DOI number on this SkiHub SE, it will give you the paper immediately. Okay. So you will have the journal saying pay £150 and here you can download the paper. Okay, so it means there are lots of scholars continuously trying to work against this payment culture for publications.
This is information which everybody...
So it's like, you know, for example, I have written a proposal, I get a grant and I write a research paper. I do research, I write a paper and I have a salary and I'm a full-time researcher, for example. But when I write a paper and submit it, those guys, because it's in a Scopus Index journal, they will say you have to pay for publishing this paper. Okay? Because I'm going to get an API score and my promotion is linked to this, I will pay and publish there. Then my neighbor who wants to look at that paper has to pay to get that paper. Can you see that? So those guys who are operating all those online journals actually are making money out of our intellectual property. Okay. Yes. So there are researchers who are very angry about it. So they are all fighting for open source, intellectual property, no intellectual property, all property is shareable. Okay. So there are sites where you can get books that you can download and you can download articles. Right. Yes. So I always download my articles from that SkiHub.
SkiHub. Okay. And this will definitely benefit us all. The predatory journals, they charge for publishing. There are some very good journals also, international journals also, which charge money. So how do we differentiate between these which have good impact factor also from the predatory ones? This is a question from one of the participants.
Yeah, predatory journal, you know, if you were to put the title in Google and look for whether it has citation, impact factor and all, you will not find them. you will find that they are actually blacklisted. Plus, those journals are not there in the UGC CARE or in the Scopus Index.
Okay? So that way we can make a differentiation. Yeah.
You have to check whether they're in these lists or not. If they're not, don't bother.
Ma'am, 2 questions maybe from the previous session because they are overlapping with the article writing and plagiarism. We have a question. What is research gap? How to fill this gap through research?
Research gap comes only through doing review of literature. So it's part of your statement of your research problem. When you say this is the research I want to do, you can't do by saying, okay, when I slept, I got this interesting idea, so I want to do research on that. Some theme comes to you as an interest area, but that cannot be the rationale for saying that's why you want to do that. You need to go back to review of literature and then really look at what are the key research questions which have not been asked, and then ask those research questions. So research gap is about identifying the relationship of different variables and looking at which relationship has not been studied, which you want to study.
I think this part answers the second question that I was about to ask, like how research question is important to reach to the objective of the study.
Yeah.
So that was another one.
Because your objectives generally state your intent. Your research question basically enables your research design and also your analysis. Okay. Supposing I have a research objective, which says I'm interested in looking at, domestic division of labor within working women's homes. Okay, that's my objective. But what's my research question? Research question could be something where I'm looking at, is the domestic division of labor within a working woman's home more equitable? Okay, or is domestic division of work within a working women's home more equal when the husband is an educated person, like that. And you can also build your hypothesis something like higher the education, more equitable is the distribution of work at home, or lower the education of the husband, more unequitable. These become then hypotheses, which is the direction of the relationship between two variables, working woman and domestic division of work. You're seeing the relationship. This is high, this is high, this is low, this is high. So you have inverse relationship when you say this is high and this is low, or when you say both are high or both are low, then you are talking about some direction of relationship of variables. So hypothesis basically are statements that talk about direction of relationship. Research questions are only talking about the need to study that relationship. Objective is only indicating your intent in studying that subject matter. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
I think I have taken up all questions. I really don't see any new question coming up. A lot of thanks and a lot of appreciation. And I think the hunger is there. We can hear you endlessly. But somewhere we have to put a stop to that because you too are here for
workshop. Okay.
Yeah.
This is, I know, I'm a very senior researcher and I know how people really are confused about dealing with these issues in research.
Yes.
On paradigms or on ontology, epistemology. Many guides are also not very well trained. So research scholars really have difficulties when their own guides are confused, So it's,
and both your lectures, they have actually impacted us positively. And I hope that we have a little bit more clarity than we had before listening to your lectures. And thank you so much. And now I would request Dr. Kumari Priyanka, the convener, Research Cell, Shivaji College, to formally give a vote of thanks for the program.
Yeah. I just want to add one word. I am running a online MOOC course on Swayam platform, and it's called Social Research Ethics. So there are several aspects that I'm talking are also covered in that course. It's a 15 weeks course, and people can also get credit for doing the course as part of CBCS. And enrollments are open till end of this month. So if people are interested, they can register. I'm not marketing my course, but I know it's going to be important and
It is
useful.
important.
So people have the option to register.
Thank you for sharing this, ma'am.
Thank you. You're mute, doctor. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kiran. I am here to present the vote of thanks. The idea of this workshop was conceptualized by the research cell and realized by the dedicated and hard-working team of teachers in research cell. And this is covered by the constant cooperation and encouragement from honorable principal of our college. On behalf of research cell and entire Shivaji College, I feel privileged to thank our honorable speakers, Dr. Rajiv Mahajan, Dr. Meenakshi Munshi, and Professor Lakshmi Lingam ma'am for taking out time from their busy schedule to grace the event. Your lectures were really highly motivating and encouraging. I am sure that all of us have learned a lot from this workshop. My special thanks goes to Lakshmi ma'am for enlightening us on very relevant issues, and most of our doubts are being cleared after attending your lecture. So special thanks to you, ma'am. My heartfelt thanks to all the participants of the workshop from all over the country, and some are from other countries also, for taking interest in the workshop and making it a grand success. My sincere thanks to Dr. Shiv Kumar Sahdev, Principal Shivaji College, for motivation and support. My special thanks to the members of Research Cell, Dr. Rashmi Vardhan, Dr. Prabodh Kumar Mishra, Dr. Kiran Bamel, Dr. Neetu Rani, Dr. Vikas Sharma, and Dr. Devender Singh Meena. I wish to quote my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Sunita Singh, Department of Biochemistry, Shivaji College, for helping us. My thanks also goes to Dr. Pratima, Mr. Afroz, Mr. Amrish, and all teaching and non-teaching staffs of Shivaji College who helped us directly or indirectly for making this event successful. Once again, I request all the participants that it is necessary to fill the feedback form to generate the certificate. And also I quote that while filling feedback form, please take care that you have filled your credentials correctly. Then only your certificate will be emailed to you. So thank you once again, everyone.
Priyanka, yes. Priyanka, can we ask the participants to switch on their videos for a minute so that we can have a photograph, or we can take a screenshot?
Yeah,
Lakshmi ma'am, please be there.
So,
yes, ma'am is there.
Yes, ma'am is also there. So we will be blessed to have some snapshots with ma'am. So please go ahead. All the participants are requested to just on your videos so that we can have a collective photograph with ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, participants.
Thank you, everybody. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you then. Bye.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day. Have a good day.
So I think we can end the workshop now. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
अरे कौन है?